Well, I absolutely agree, my right honourable friend. I mean, the strength of support was over £14 billion during the COVID crisis, and the furlough support was over 900,000 jobs in Scotland, which is nearly a third of the Scottish workforce at the height of the pandemic.
Secretary of State Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by joining the Secretary of State in congratulating our Olympians and Paralympians on their wonderful medals haul in Tokyo. And can I also congratulate the Scottish football team on what was a marvellous result last night. But he knows as well as all Scots do that it's the hope that kills you, so let's not celebrate too much. Mr. Speaker, our shared social security system is vital to underpinning our union, of course. But by the next Scottish questions, the Government will have made the largest ever overnight cut to social security for those in work by removing the £20 from universal credit. Citizens Advice Scotland say more than half of those are worried about being able to buy food. At the same time, this government has broken another promise and wants to increase national insurance, the highest tax rise in 40 years. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation say around 150,000 working families in Scotland on low incomes will pay an average of £100 extra in tax while losing £1,000. So can the Secretary of State tell the House what advice did he give to those families who are on low incomes of where they should cut £1,100 from their family budget?
Mr. Speaker, the uplift in universal credit was always intended to be temporary. It was to help claimants through the economic shock and the financial disruption of the pandemic. And we now have a plan. We've got the Kickstart programme, and we've got a multi-billion-pound plan for jobs. And I understand that it's difficult when you have to break a manifesto promise, and the Prime Minister is very clear that he did that in raising national insurance. But he also had a manifesto promise to address social care, something that since 1997, when Tony Blair said he would address it, something that hasn't been done.
Well, there's no money going into social care, Mr. Speaker, but we'll leave that to a different time. Our shadow team had the opportunity to visit Orkney last week to the European Marine Energy Centre. They have facilities such as the most powerful tidal turbine in the world that results in them having excess energy that they can't get back to the mainland, while at the same time the Scottish and UK governments are backing the Cambo oil field. So can I ask the Secretary of State, for COP26 coming to Scotland, should he not be leading by example, refuse Cambo and at the same time reform the outdated transmission charge regime while providing funding for a new large capacity interconnector between Orkney and Shetland to the mainland that will bring huge benefits and innovation to the islands but power large parts of Scotland from renewable resources?
Well, first of all, I say on Cambo, all our North Sea oil licences are factored into the 2050 net zero plan. And I also take on the interconnector that's something where discussions are ongoing, and it's part obviously devolved because Ofgem are involved and others, etc. But leaving that to one side, I would take the overall view on oil and gas is that there will be multi-uses for oil and gas for years to come. People have to understand that. And my view is that if you're going to get your oil, you may as well get it domestically rather than import it.
Andrew Jones.
5, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues who are as excited as I am to ensure we strengthen transport connections across the United Kingdom. We recognise the importance of transport and how it is vital to economic growth, job creation and social cohesion, and that is why the Union Connectivity Review was commissioned. I look forward to the final report being published later this year.
Jones.
I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. The family links, the business links, the cultural links between Harrogate and Nesborough and Scotland are growing, but for them to grow further, they'll need better connectivity. And the East Coast Main Line is at the heart of that. So will he welcome the investment that's currently being made in that line and highlight its importance into that Union Connectivity Review which he just mentioned?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the government's determined to level up every corner of the United Kingdom, bringing communities across the country closer together. That's important. These infrastructure reports are very important to growing our economy. Wherever you create connectivity, you create economic growth. We recognise the importance of that.
Newland.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. Fine words. So in which year, by which year, will the high-speed rail line be extended to the Scottish border?
Which high-speed rail line did you have in mind? HS2 going north, or Galashiels coming south? I mean, just wait till the outcome of the connectivity review, which I have to say the SNP did not engage in. Not only that, Rather irresponsibly, your Transport Minister told his officials, his civil servant officials, they couldn't engage with Sir Peter Hendy, they couldn't give him any data, and then when we offered £20 million access to £20 million for feasibility studies, you declined it.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An inquiry into the devolved aspects of the COVID-19 response was an SNP manifesto commitment, and the Scottish Government has now set out its next steps. The UK Government is committed to a statutory inquiry into all key aspects of the UK's response to the pandemic. As the Prime Minister has stated, we will consult the devolved administrations before finalising the scope of that inquiry.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, one of the most dangerous impacts hasn't been just the virus itself, but the impact that it has had on our NHS, preventing other life-saving operations from actually taking place. In Scotland, the situation has been made even worse through the Scottish SNP government's under-investment in the NHS, with over 450,000 people languishing on waiting lists prior to the pandemic, and that figure has now risen to over 600,000. So will the Minister work to ensure that the COVID public inquiry in Scotland will look into other aspects of the NHS?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to highlight that the impacts of the pandemic are felt in many areas and other parts of the health service, and there is a need to catch up with that backlog of missed operations and treatments. And I'm absolutely delighted that yesterday the Prime Minister set out very real progress and steps to make that happen, with additional spending in the NHS right across the United Kingdom.
Shadow Minister Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to tell the House that Scotland now has one of the highest COVID rates in all of Europe, with 8 out of 20 hotspots across Europe in Scotland, according to the WHO. Instead of learning the lessons of the last year, the SNP government have wasted the summer months with the virus spiralling out of control. And while COVID rates soars, the First Minister announced this week the Scottish civil servants will be tasked with withdrawing up arguments for Scottish independence. In the Minister's discussions with the Scottish Government, as he discussed the issue of Scottish civil servants being diverted from crucial COVID-19 response work to plans for another independence referendum, and can he confirm that this will form part of the COVID-19 inquiry into the Scottish Government's failures?
Well, I'm very happy to agree with the honourable gentleman, whether it's on learning the lessons from COVID and making sure that our public services can catch up, whether it's on tackling drug abuse and a whole range of other public service and social issues. That should be the primary focus of the Scottish Government, and not obsessing with another divisive referendum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, Mr. Speaker, if we have time, I will answer questions 7 and 10 together. This government's already struck trade deals with more than 68 countries, as well as the EU, worth $744 billion a year. This will create new markets for Scotland's exporters, including our world-leading food and drink sector. The Department for International Trade team, based in Edinburgh, is also helping Scottish businesses thrive and grow international. And last week I was delighted to meet the new DIT Director for Scotland heading up this team, and I look forward to planning further engagement with her and our team.
Scott Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's businesses will be among the main beneficiaries of the trade deals we have already secured around the world, with our historic agreement with Japan, boosting trading opportunities for over 500 Scottish businesses alone. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we will now be able to use our new status as an independent trading nation to promote the very best that Scottish industries have to offer to the world?
I obviously completely agree with my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. This government is working hard to strike new deals, new trade deals around the world that will benefit key business sectors and consumers across Scotland and across the whole of the UK. We are opening new opportunities for iconic Scottish and British industries to thrive overseas.
Bob Bartman.
Speaker, as the government negotiates new free trade deals around the world as Global Britain, and the new agreement with Australia removes the 5% tariff on the export of whisky to Australia, hot on the heels of the reduction of, the tariff-free period of 5 years with the United States. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the advantage to Scotland of negotiating together with the United Kingdom for free trade deals makes the case for the United Kingdom to be together as one country?
On that final point raised by my honourable friend, I couldn't agree more. It's hugely welcome to see the removal of the 5% tariff on Scotch whisky in the agreement in principle between the UK and Australia. This will help Scottish whisky distillers continue to expand exports to Australia, which have almost doubled over the last decade, making Australia our 8th largest market by value.
Final question, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wonder if the Minister, with all these free trade deals, wonder if the Minister can detail what was the losses to the seafood industry through Brexit, what was the compensation they've received from the UK Government, what's the current losses to the hospitality industry because they can't access EU labour, and what's the total losses to the Scottish Food and Drink Federation because of the shortages caused by the HGV lorry driver crisis?
I didn't quite catch all of that, Mr. Speaker, but I did catch the words fishing and HGV drivers. On fishing, I wouldn't be surprised if I talked to much more people in the fishing industry than the honourable gentleman does, and I will take my advice on the situation in the fishing industry from them rather than from members opposite or indeed Twitter and the rest of social media. In terms of HGV drivers, as my right honourable friend the Secretary of State has already said, we recognise this issue. This is not a Brexit issue. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing the exact same problem right across Europe and, in fact, right across the world. And the UK government have already put measures in place to help increase and improve and speed up the recruitment of HGV drivers in this country.
Order. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation proceedings is available to watch on the Parliament Live TV. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mick Whitley.
Number one. Mr. Colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the run-up to the last election, the Prime Minister said that it's wrong that hundreds of thousands of people are forced to rely on food banks to survive. But research released by the Trussell Trust today showed that 1 in 6 people fear that they will almost certainly have to use a food bank in just 4 weeks' time as a result of the government's decision to act the £20 uplift to universal credit. That's over 500 families and 1,000 children being forced into food poverty in my constituency of Birkenhead alone. Will the Prime Minister concede that the cut to universal credit is wrong, and will he change course?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, of course, I'm very grateful to everybody who helps with food banks, and they do a fantastic job. But what this government has done throughout the pandemic is to put the most protection for those who need it most across society. And I'm proud of what we've done by uplifting the living wage, and proud of the arm we put around the whole of the British people.
Greg McKinley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could my right honourable friend offer me an answer to the constituents I have of the future as they sit around a tepid radiator powered by an inefficient and expensive air source heating unit, worrying about the payments on the electric car that they didn't want either, while they watched the growing economies of the world going hell for leather building new gas and coal power stations, because they will be asking me why. Could the Prime Minister please commit to solutions that are technologically possible to reduce Britain's CO2, rather than uncosted commitments, which I'm sorry we will be hearing a lot of at COP26?
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only has the price of batteries fallen vertiginously, the cost of solar power has fallen vertiginously, but I'd tell my honourable friend, the people of Thanet South, where they have huge opportunities. The cost of wind power in this country has fallen 70% just in the last 10 years. And what I think the people of Thanet want to see, and I'm sure he exemplifies it, is a spirit of Promethean technological optimism, Mr. Speaker.
Come to the Leader of the Opposition, Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Prime Minister about the promise he made to the British people to guarantee that no one needing care has to sell their home to pay for it. Does that guarantee still stand?
Mr. Speaker, what this plan for health and social care does is deal after decades with the catastrophic costs faced by millions of people, the risks that they face up and down the country, that they could face the loss of their home, their possessions, their ability to pass on anything to their children. This is the government that is not only dealing with that problem, but understands that in order to deal with the problems of the NHS backlogs, you also have to fix social care. We're taking the tough decisions, Mr. Speaker, that the country wants to see. We're putting another £36 billion in. And what I'd like to know from the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, is what is he going to do tonight? The silence from Mission Control in his...
Can I just say, if you don't want to hear the Prime Minister, I certainly do, and I can't hear him. It's not acceptable. Prime Minister, have you finished?
Leader of the Opposition, whether he's going to vote for our measures tonight, Mr. Speaker.
I know the House has been away, but it's still Prime Minister's questions. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed the Prime Minister didn't stand by his guarantee that no one will need to sell their house to pay for care. Let me explain why he didn't. Under the Prime Minister's plan, someone with £186,000, if you include the value of their home, that's not untypical across the country in all of your constituents, facing large costs because they have to go into care, will have to pay £86,000 under his plan, and that's before living costs. Where does the Prime Minister think that they're going to get that £86,000 without selling their home?
Mr. Speaker, as I think everybody understood in the long debate, a long statement yesterday, this is the first time that the state has actually come in to deal with the threat of these catastrophic costs, and thereby enabling, Mr. Speaker, the private sector, the financial services industry, to supply the products, the insurance products that people need to guarantee themselves against the cost of care. And what we're actually doing, Mr. Speaker, is lifting the floor, lifting the guarantee for up to £100,000, where nobody has to pay anything across the entire country. And what we still have to hear from the opposition is what they would do to fix the backlogs in the NHS. And fix social care after decades of inertia and inactivity. What would he do?
Keir Starmer.
His plan is to impose an unfair tax on working people. My plan is to ensure that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share. That is the difference. That is the...
Order. Both sides. I need to hear the question. I also need to hear the answers. If there's some MPs who don't want to hear it, and I'm sure the constituents want to hear it, it's not good to shout either side down when they are either asking or answering a question. Please, our constituents are interested. I want to hear, and they'll want to hear. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. His plan is to impose unfair taxes on working people. My plan is to ensure those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share. I know they don't like that debate. The truth is, his plans don't do what he claims. People will still face huge bills. Many homeowners will need to sell their homes. He's not denying it when he could have done. And the Prime Minister has failed the only test he set for himself for social care. It was in the manifesto. Another manifesto promise, Prime Minister. No good shaking your head. And who's going to pay for the cost of this failure? Working people. Under his plan, a landlord renting out dozens of properties won't pay a penny more, but their tenants in work will face tax rises of hundreds of pounds a year. A care worker earning the minimum wage doesn't get a pay rise under this plan, but does get a tax rise. In what world is that fair?
Mr. Speaker, actually the Institute for Fiscal Studies has confirmed that this is a broad-based and progressive measure. The top 20% of households by income will pay 40 times what the poorest 20% pay. The top 14% pay half of the entire levy. Now, Mr. Speaker, he talks about his plan. Well, actually, it turns out I've been scouring the records for evidence of the Labour plan, and I found it, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, the current Shadow Secretary of State for Social Care joined forces with Nick Bowles and Norman Lamb to promote a new dedicated health and social care tax, Mr. Speaker, based on national insurance. The current, where is she? I can't see her in her place, Mr. Speaker. And she said this was to be the country's beverage moment. Well, is the Labour Party really going to vote against the new beverage moment tonight?
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what an ambitious young member for Henley said in 2002 in this House. What he said in this House: national insurance increases are regressive. I wonder what happened to him. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is going ahead with this unfair tax, can he at least tell us this? Will his plan clear the NHS waiting list backlog by the end of this Parliament? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House, indeed the whole country, can appreciate that we at least have a plan to fix the backlogs. And we at least understand, Mr. Speaker, that the only way to fix the long-term underlying problems in the NHS, the problem of delayed discharges, is to fix the crisis in social care as well, which Labour failed to address for decades. And we're going on ahead and doing it, Mr. Speaker. And what I've just understood for him tonight, I think out of that minestrone of nonsense has floated a crouton of fact. He is going to vote against the measures tonight. They're going to vote against plans to fix the backlogs and fix social care. Vote Labour, Mr. Speaker. Wait longer.
Mr. Speaker, it was a yes-no question. You either clear the backlog or you don't. And he can't even say that he'll do that. So there we have it. Working people will pay higher tax. Those in need will still lose their homes to pay for care. And he can't even say if the NHS backlog will be cleared. Well, he gesticulates, but they're all breaking their manifesto promises and putting up taxes on their working constituents for this. And, Mr. Speaker, tax rises aren't the only way he's making working people worse off. 2.5 million working families will face a double whammy: a national insurance tax rise and £1,000 a year universal credit cut. They're getting hit from both sides. Of all the ways to raise public funds, why is the Prime Minister insisting on hammering working people?
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of what we've been doing throughout this pandemic to look after working people. We're proud of the extra £9 billion we put in through universal credit. And, Mr. Speaker, I think people in this House and across the country should know Labour wants to scrap universal credit altogether. We believe in higher wages and better skills, Mr. Speaker, and it is working. That's why we're investing in 13,500 work coaches, £3,000 a year for 11 million adults across this country to train under the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. And it's working, Mr. Speaker, because for the first time since 2019, after years and years of stagnation, you are seeing wages are rising, Mr. Speaker. Wages are rising for the lower paid. They believe in welfare. We believe in higher wages and higher skills and better jobs.
Higher wages and higher skills, he says. How out of touch he is. What do they laugh? What do they say to Rosie? What do they say to Rosie? Because Rosie's the sort of person that this impacts on. Laugh away. A single mother working on the minimum wage in a nursing home. She got in touch with me. She will lose £87 a month due to the universal credit cut. a huge amount to her. She will now also be hit with a national insurance tax rise. She's asked for more shifts, and she can't get them. She's unable to get further help with childcare. What does the Prime Minister, what does the laughter say to Rosie? This is a government that underfunded the NHS for a decade before the pandemic, took £8 million out of social care before the pandemic, then wasted billions of pounds of taxpayers' money on dodgy contracts, vanity projects and giveaways to their mates. They cut stamp duty on second homeowners, super tax deductions for the biggest companies, and now they're telling millions of working people that they must cough up more tax. Isn't this the same old Tory party, always putting their rich mates and donors before working people?
Minister. Well, I think very sadly, Mr. Speaker, what you're hearing is the same old nonsense from Labour, because what they want to do, they want to scrap a universal credit, and I have every sympathy for Rosie, and I admire her and families up and down the land. But the best thing we can do for them is have a strong and dynamic economy. And as I speak to you now, our economy is the fastest growing in the G7, Mr. Speaker, because we've had the fastest vaccine rollout and the fastest opening up of any comparable country, Mr. Speaker. And never forget that he would have kept us in the European Medicines Agency. He attacked the vaccines task force, Mr. Speaker. And if we'd listened to Captain Hindsight in July, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We'd still be in lockdown, Mr. Speaker. And it's true. And if we listened to him today, we wouldn't be trying to fix the NHS backlogs, and we wouldn't be finally dealing with social care, Mr. Speaker. This is the country, this is the government that takes the tough decisions to take this country forward.
A little more if you listen to Mr. Jones's question. David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that while the recent extension of the grace periods for the movement of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland is welcome, it does not yet amount to a permanent fix of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which Lord Trimble suggests is inimical to the Belfast Agreement? And will he confirm that in the continuing negotiations, the government will draw the attention of the EU to the positive advantages of mutual enforcement as advocated in the recent excellent paper by the Centre for Brexit Policy?
Yes, I thank both my right honourable friend and the Centre for Brexit Policy for their analysis. And it's good that the interim period has been extended, because clearly the protocol, as it is being applied by our friends in the EU, is not, in my view, protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as it should in all its aspects, and we must sort it out.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, without consultation, the Prime Minister announced plans to impose a regressive Tory poll tax on millions of Scottish workers. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimates that around 2 million families on low incomes will now pay an average of an extra £100 a year because of the Prime Minister's tax hike. Yet again, the Tories are fleecing Scottish families, hitting low and middle income workers and penalising the young. A Tory Work and Pension Secretary, former Tory Work and Pension Secretary, called it a sham. A former Tory Chancellor has said this is the poor subsidising the rich. A former Tory Prime Minister has called this regressive. Prime Minister, isn't this the case that this Tory tax hike is once again balancing the books on the backs of the poor and the young?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman says there was no consultation. Actually, I much enjoy my conversations with representatives of the Scottish administration. And one thing they said to me was they wanted more funding for the NHS, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted that we're putting another £1.1 billion into the NHS. And in Scotland, Mr. Speaker, while all they can talk about is another referendum. And I think that is a clear distinction between us and the Scottish Nationalist parties about what are the real priorities of the people of this country.
In Blackford.
no answer to the question, because the facts are this is a tax hike on the poor and on the young, Prime Minister, and you should be ashamed of yourself, Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, we now know the economic direction of this toxic Tory government. We're going to see furlough scrapped, universal credit cut, more tax hikes for the low paid. Let us be in no doubt, this is the return of the Tories' austerity agenda. It is austerity 2.0. On this Prime Minister's watch, the United Kingdom now has the worst levels of poverty and inequality anywhere in North West Europe. And in-work poverty, Prime Minister, has risen to record levels this century. More Tory austerity cuts will make this even worse. Scotland deserves better. There is clearly no chance of a fair COVID recovery under this Prime Minister and under this Westminster government. Isn't it the case, Mr Speaker, that the only way to protect Scotland from Tory cuts and the regressive tax hikes is to become an independent country with the full powers needed to build a fair, strong and equal recovery for the people of Scotland?
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't think that is the right priority for this country or for the people of Scotland. And I just remind him, actually, the words of the Deputy Leader of the Scottish Government, who welcomed it when the Labour Government put up NI by a penny to pay for National Health Service. He said, I'm absolutely delighted, there's a guy called John Swinney, I'm absolutely delighted that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has now accepted that progressive taxation is required to invest in the health service in Scotland, Mr Speaker. I mean, get your story straight. This is more cash for people in Scotland, it's more investment for families in Scotland, it's good for Scotland and good for the whole of the United Kingdom.
Gareth Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The growing populations of Grantham and Stamford require a long-term integrated healthcare strategy. Can the Prime Minister confirm what action the government is taking to implement regular reviews of healthcare provision to meet the future needs of my constituency?
My honourable friend is quite right. He's a great advocate for people of Grantham and Stamford, and the Health and Care Bill will ensure that there are integrated healthcare partnerships bringing together local authorities and local healthcare, but there is more to be done, and that will be done in the forthcoming white paper.
Ed David.
Mr Speaker, yesterday's social care plan forgot family carers. Yet we're the millions wiping bottoms, washing and dressing our loved ones, whether they're elderly or disabled, ill or dying. We carers just want a fair deal. So will the Prime Minister raise carers' allowance? Will he guarantee proper breaks for carers? Will he change employment law so we can balance caring with work? And will he ensure there are enough professional carers to help, starting with a new visa for carers? Mr Speaker, we carers have a lifetime of ideas to improve our loved ones' care. So why does the Prime Minister keep ignoring us and taking carers for granted?
Mr Speaker, I think the whole House acknowledges the massive debt we owe to unpaid carers such as himself up and down the country, and we thank them for what they're doing. What this plan does is, of course, mean that there will be a huge injection of support, both from the private sector and from the government, into caring across the board. And I believe that will support unpaid carers as well, since they will no longer have the anxiety, for instance, that their loved ones, their elderly loved ones, could see the loss of all their possessions. What we're also doing for carers is making sure that we invest now £500 million in their training, in their profession, to make sure that they have the dignity and progression in their jobs that they deserve.
Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ainion and Ethel Jones from Mynydd Mostyn Dairy in my constituency have created a real buzz. By serving a self-serve milk facility on their farm for the local community. Sadly, the local council have served them with an enforcement notice, which has led to almost 9,000 locals signing a petition in support of them. Does my right honourable friend agree that businesses that have done their best to survive and diversify over this horrendous last year should be supported and not threatened by the local authority as they do all they can to grow their business.
I thank him for his question, as he knows planning is a devolved matter, but what I can tell him and the House is that we provided business with over £100 billion of support throughout the pandemic, including 1.5 million bounce-back loans to SMEs such as the one he describes.
Ben Lake.
Mr. Speaker, with widespread concern about the HGV driver crisis, I've been contacted by a number of drivers from Ceredigion who believe the decision to increase drivers' hours will fail to solve the problem. They're clear that a long-term solution requires improved working conditions, acting on the 2018 government report on parking spaces and driver facilities, and also measures to reduce waiting times at distribution centres. Will the Prime Minister consider these measures? And to what timescale is his government working to fix the crisis?
I thank the honourable gentleman. I also thank him for notice of his question. We're working with industry to get more people into HGV driving, which is a great and well-remunerated profession, including by ramping up vocational test capacity, funding apprenticeships for people training as a lorry driver. As the House heard earlier on, this is an issue. The career structure of HGV drivers is affecting countries across the whole of the EU. But can I propose that the honourable gentleman takes up his proposal directly with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport?
Richard Drax, close question.
Number 15, sir.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to levelling up the whole country, and Dorset is no exception. I'm delighted that the Local Growth Fund in Dorset has contributed £98.4 million to 54 projects since 2015, and I understand that Dorset Council have also made a bid to the Levelling Up Fund to improve access at Weymouth Station.
Richard Drax.
As a former soldier, time is never wasted on reconnaissance. And can I ask my right honourable friend to come and get some good Dorset sea air to visit Weymouth and to see the infrastructure for himself? Because until we improve it, we can't attract the investment and the jobs and prosperity that we desperately need at an ancient seaside resort that needs a bit of love, attention and government money.
I can think of nothing nicer than a trip to Weymouth, which I think was the favourite watering hole of George III, I'm told, by the Lord Chancellor. But I will do my utmost to oblige him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituents spent hours waiting to get through to someone on the government-issued number for non-British nationals in Afghanistan. Distressed and fearful for his family, he was relieved when he eventually spoke to someone. However, when they thought my constituent had hung up, he overheard them laughing and say to a colleague, "We are having to lie to people. We are giving them false hope. The whole thing is an entire scam." Is it the Foreign Secretary, the Defence Secretary, the Home Secretary or the Prime Minister who's responsible for this scam?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole country should be proud of what we've done to welcome people from Afghanistan. Operation Warm Welcome continues, and as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we've already received more than 15,000 people from the Kabul airlift, the biggest exercise this country has undertaken. I'm sorry to hear about the particular case that she raises. Can I propose that can I ask her to send it directly to me, and I will take it up?
Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now then, we have thousands of illegal immigrants arriving on our shores every single month. When are we going to take some direct action and send the boats straight back?
Mr. Speaker, I share the indignation and the frustration of my honourable friend at the cruel behaviour of the gangsters, the criminal masterminds who are taking money from desperate, frightened people to help them take a very, very dangerous journey across the Channel. This is a perennial problem, but my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, is dealing with it in the best possible way, which is to make sure that they don't leave those French shores. We depend to a large extent on what the French are doing, but clearly, as time goes on and this problem continues, we are going to have to make sure that we use every possible tactic at our disposal to stop what I think is a vile trade and a manipulation of people's hopes.
Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, my constituency, Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, is the fourth most impacted by the cut to working tax credits and universal credit. And it's impacting families that are working in multiple jobs. £1,000 may only cover the cost for a single roll of wallpaper in the Prime Minister's flat. However, can he please set out his understanding of the plight of the working poor, and can he explain to the House what he means when he says they should see their wages rise through their own efforts?
Mr. Speaker, I think that everybody sympathises with people who are on low incomes, who we tried to protect throughout the pandemic. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, brought forward a package that was recognised around the world as being almost uniquely progressive in the way that we directed funding and support at the lowest paid and at the neediest. And that was quite right. But what we're also now trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is ensure that we have a high-wage and high-skilled, jobs-led recovery. And that is what is happening. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to be a Conservative Prime Minister who is seeing wages rise now for the lowest paid by the fastest rate for many years.
James Ray.
This is, I think, the first opportunity the whole House will have to thank all of those who played a role in rolling out the superb vaccine programme over the last 6 months or so, ranging from the whole of the National Health Service, the military, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, a particular word for the Order of St John Ambulance, of which I have the honour to be an honorary commander. All parties in the House who might have an interest in St John will have an opportunity to thank them personally, if they'd like to do so, in a reception which I'm hosting on the terrace straight after PMQs today. And it might be that you, Mr. Speaker, or perhaps the Prime Minister or others would honour us with their presence just to thank these thousands of volunteers who've done such superb work over the last 6 months.
I indeed join my honourable friend in thanking the St John's Ambulance for everything that they do. They've been fantastic, and I've met many St John Ambulance volunteers during the last 18 months who've done an absolutely astonishing job. I don't think I can myself come to his reception, but I hope it will be well attended. I'm sure it will be very well attended. Can I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to urge everybody in the country who has not yet had a vaccination, who is eligible for one, to get it as soon as they can.
Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a net approval rating among Tory supporters of -53, can the Prime Minister get to his feet, put his hand on his heart, promise the country, this House and his own supporters that the Education Secretary is the right person for the job and he's up to the job?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House will recognise that the Education Secretary has done a heroic job of dealing with a very difficult circumstance in which we've had to close schools, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, and never forget. I think the job of teachers, the job of parents up and down the land would have been made much easier if Labour and the Labour leadership in particular had the guts, and he'd had the guts to say that schools are safe, Mr. Speaker.
Gillian Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that our constituents, including mine in Hertford and Stortford, should come forward, see their GP if they have concerns about their health, and that his statement yesterday should give them assurance, confidence that this government is there for the NHS and that the NHS will be there for them in their time of need?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're putting another £36 billion under the measures we're putting forward tonight. And I'm absolutely astonished that the party of Nye Bevan has repeated or confirmed today that they're not going to vote for that. We want GPs to be seeing the right people at the right time. We want to fix the waiting lists, Mr. Speaker, and that is the objective of the measures that we're bringing forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funding for organisations helping vulnerable or hard-to-reach citizens with the EU resettlement scheme is due to end at the end of this month. My own constituent tried to get assistance from local citizens' advice in March, but funding cuts meant they couldn't help him. He's been unable to get support from the Resolution Centre either, and has now been refused settled status. So can I ask the Prime Minister what practical support will be provided to EU citizens still navigating this system, and what does the Prime Minister advise my constituent to do to ensure that he has the right to stay in his home of 47 years?
Well, I'm of course sorry to hear about the troubles her constituent is experiencing, but I would just remind her that under the EU settlement scheme, we have helped, I think, almost 6 million people to settle in this country. I think a number which is far more than double the number that was expected at the time of the Brexit referendum, Mr. Speaker, and I think a tribute to the compassion of this country and its willingness to help those who come here and make their lives here.
Tom Bell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. St Francis Tower in Ipswich has been a beneficiary of the Building Safety Fund. However, Oanda and Block Management, who manage the building, have put a shrink wrap on the entire tower, which is going to be on there for up to 12 months. So many of those tenants who are desperate are living in darkness for 12 months, and they've put bars on the windows so they can barely open them. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that yes, this vital work needs to take place, but we need to balance, we need to do this work quickly with the lives and the mental health of those people who are desperate and are in that tower right now?
My honourable friend, I'm sure, raises a very important point. I will study the detail of what he said. I will ask the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government to take up the matter directly.
Gareth Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, working people who are graduates, such as a newly qualified nurse, earning the average wage or under, will face a marginal tax rate of almost 50% under the plans he is bringing in today. Isn't this yet another example of the Conservative Party asking those on lower incomes to pay more so that his privileged friends have to pay less?
No, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, the top 20% of income households pay 40 times more than the poorest. And as for pay for nurses, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what this measure funds. And that is why it is so astonishing that he and his party are actually determined to vote against it tonight.
Final question, Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Friday, I have a private member's bill, Asylum Seekers Return to Safe Countries Bill. The intention is, if an asylum seeker comes to this country from a safe country, they're returned to that country, and it would end the problem of people coming across the Channel. Would the Prime Minister urge his colleagues to vote for the bill on Friday?
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell him is that we have brought forward the Sovereign Borders Bill, which, of course, will no longer make it possible for the law to treat somebody who's come here illegally in the same way as someone who has come here legally. And I think it is high time that that distinction was made, and people understand that there is a price to pay if they come to this country in an illegal fashion.
Can I just say, there is some disappointment we didn't get through this. Can I just say, an appeal to the leaders to see if we can speed up to get those members who miss out.
Point of order.
No, point of orders don't come now, come after UQs. We've got... What is it relevant to? We've got an urgent question. But normally they come after UQs. That's that you know that better than anybody. You're the expert. In fact, you're Mr. Protocol. You know better than me. We now come to the urgent question, Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've waited a while for this one, so I can wait a few seconds longer, I'm sure, to ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement on government plans to introduce vaccine passports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our vaccination programme has given this nation a wall of protection from this deadly virus. Data from Public Health England estimates that 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine offers protection of around 96% against hospitalisation, and that our jabs have prevented over 100,000 deaths, over 143,000 hospitalisations, and around 24 million infections. It is this protection, Mr. Speaker, that has allowed us to carefully ease restrictions over the past few months. However, we must do so in a way that is mindful of the benefits that both doses of the vaccine can bring. On the 19th of July, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that by the end of September, when everyone aged 18 and over will have had the chance to get fully vaccinated, that the government plans to make full vaccination the condition of entry to nightclubs and other venues where large crowds gather. As a condition of entry to these venues, people will need to show that they are fully vaccinated, and proof of a negative test will no longer be sufficient. We'll be confirming more details about this in due course, Mr. Speaker. This approach is designed to reduce transmission and serious illness. It is in line with the approach we've taken on international travel, where different rules apply depending on whether you've had both jabs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end by urging people to come forward to get the jab. 88% of people have had one jab, and over 80% of people 16 and over have now had the protection of both doses. It is the best way to protect yourself, your loved ones and your community. So please come forward and join them and make our wall of protection even stronger.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all thank you for allowing me to ask this urgent question. As Big Brother Watch bring their campaign against vaccine passports to Westminster today, it is certainly timely. The introduction of vaccine passports will have enormous practical implications for the literally thousands of businesses across the country who will be required to gather and to hold our data, and it is on these aspects that the answers are most urgently required from the government, not, as the Minister has just said, in due course. The deadline for implementation of this scheme is now just 3 weeks away. We must not, however, lose sight of the fact that a scheme of this sort opens the door to a major change in the relationship between the citizen and the state. Never before in peacetime has government in this country controlled in this way where we can go, with whom and what to do. And if the government has concluded that this now has to change, then at the very least, this House must have a chance to make its voice heard and its views known. So when will we get the vote that the Minister promised us before the recess? The case for vaccine passports is riddled with inconsistencies. Nightclubs have been open now since July, and notwithstanding recent events in Aberdeen, they have been relatively safe. If they are safe today for people to enjoy responsibly, then what does the government expect to change between now and the end of the month? On Monday, the Minister told me at the dispatch box, we do know that 60% of people who have had 2 jabs will not become infected with the Delta variant and therefore cannot infect someone else, although 40% can and will. The 40% figure highlights one of the biggest dangers of the whole idea: taking people into large social gatherings where they think they will be safe from infection, but in fact they are not. The Minister will know that there will always be some who cannot be vaccinated. So if entry to nightclubs or events is to be dependent on demonstrating vaccination, they will be excluded. So can the Minister tell the House what assessment has the government made with regard to their duties under equalities legislation? A study by the Nighttime Industries Association found that 69% of their members view the introduction of vaccine passports as having a negative impact on business. 70% said they were not necessary for opening their business. Why is the government not listening to the experts in the industry? When will the nightclubs and other businesses be told how they will be expected to check the vaccine status of their patrons? What legal authority will they have to do this, and what will be the consequences for them if they do not? On the 12th of July, the Secretary of State for Health told the House, as we move away from regulations, there will no longer be a legal requirement for any establishment to have COVID vaccine certification. When did that change and why?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman's questions, and let me attempt to address them. But I will begin by just saying to the House that no one in this government, certainly not this Prime Minister, it is not his DNA to curtail people's freedoms or require people to show a piece of paper before they enter a nightclub. The reason that we are moving forward on this is because if you look at what has happened in other countries, where nightclubs were opening and then shutting again, opening and shutting again, is that we want to avoid that disruption and maintain sectors that can add to people's enjoyment of life and dance, as it did for the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, that they can do so sustainably. The reason for the end of September, which is one of his questions, is because by the end of September, all 18-year-olds and above would have had the chance to have 2 doses. And it is quite right when he quotes what I said to him at the dispatch box a few days ago, that for 60% of people who are double vaccinated, they will not be infected and therefore will not spread the infection, but 40% may do. And it is the view of our clinical experts that sort of the additional relative safety of having to be double vaccinated before you can enter a nightclub does begin to mitigate against super spreader events, which could cause us to then effectively take a decision to close nightclubs, which we would not want to do. He asked about the disruption to business. Well, as he will know, this is a tried and tested solution that has been extensively used throughout the government's events research programme. It requires venues to check or scan the NHS COVID pass in the same way nightclub bouncers check ID before entry. He then asked about the equalities impact assessment, and I can assure him that we conducted a full equalities impact assessment and consulted widely to understand the potential equalities impact of COVID status certification. Speaking to ethicists and representatives of disabilities, race and faith groups, the system allows both digital and non-digital proofs to help ensure access for all. So constituents who don't have a smartphone, for example, can confirm their vaccine status by calling 119 and getting that via email or via written letter. It is not something, as I say, we do lightly. It is something to allow us to transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status. We are coming towards the winter months when there will be upward pressure in terms of infections because of the return to school, because of winter, and of course large gatherings of people, especially indoor venues like nightclubs, could add to that. The mitigation against that to allow us to transition this virus from pandemic status to endemic would be the booster programme, which we will, I hope, be embarking upon later this month after the final recommendations from the JCVI.
We now come to William Wren.
What a load of rubbish. I don't believe my honourable friend believes a word which he just uttered, because I remember him very persuasively stating my position, which we shared at the time, that this measure would be discriminatory, and yet he's sent to the dispatch box to defend the indefensible. This is a needless fight that we seem prepared to have in this House over this issue. It's completely unnecessary. We all agree that people should be encouraged to take the vaccine, and I again encourage everybody to do so. But to go down this route, which is overtly discriminatory, will be utterly damaging to the fabric of society.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, and he has made his view to me very clear on many occasions, and it pains me to have to take a step like this, because we do not take it lightly. But the flip side of that is that if we don't, and the virus does cause super spreader events in nightclubs, and I have to stand at the dispatch box and announce to the House that we'd have to close that sector, that would be much more painful to me.
Shadow Secretary Angela Lorraine.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for bringing this important topic to the House. I want to also associate myself with the Minister's opening remarks today regarding vaccine uptake. I think it's incredibly important that people do take up that vaccine where possible, and I reiterate that from this dispatch box from the opposition as well. We're weeks away from implementation, Mr Speaker, but whilst ministers were relaxing over summer, there was no clarity from government about these plans and businesses remain anxious. Our priorities are clear: protect the NHS and our economy, and we absolutely cannot be faced with an unmanageable winter crisis for both. So my first question to the Minister is really simple. What does the Minister think this will achieve? How and when will the UK Government decide which businesses must implement vaccine certification? And will they rely on low-paid staff at venues to act as public health officials? And what support will they be getting? The NHS COVID Pass application currently allows for individuals in England to either input a negative test result or complete a vaccine record. This is important for those that cannot, for legitimate medical reasons, take the vaccine. Can the Minister explain why the government plans to drop the negative test option? Will they improve and keep available the NHS COVID Pass application, or will it be replaced or outsourced? And let me be crystal clear, Mr Speaker. We cannot support any potential COVID Pass scheme for access to everyday services. So can the Minister categorically assure me that no one will be required to have a COVID vaccination pass to access essential services? Mr Speaker, this government has dithered-dawdled and, as some said, dad-danced away the summer. They have not planned or prepared, and they have not provided the reassurances or presented a clear path forward. UK business has had a hell of an 18 months during this difficult pandemic. They need a proactive, supportive government, and it's about time, Mr Speaker, that ministers opposite work towards this aim.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's opening words and her urging those who have not had a vaccine to come forward and be protected. She asked a number of important questions relating to this, including what this will achieve. Well, she will know that the ability for people to travel whilst being double vaccinated was something that was important, and the implementation of that was successful. Largely successful. We need to go further to make sure that we recognise other vaccines from other countries around the world that will be recognised by the WHO and our regulator and other regulators to make it even easier for people who are double vaccinated to travel to the United Kingdom. The NHS stands ready to continue both NHS England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, that joint work, as well as, of course, NHS X in terms of the technology. She asked about people's access to essential settings, incredibly important. I can assure her that there are some essential settings which will not need to for people to show COVID vaccine certification. These settings that have stayed open throughout the pandemic, such obviously public sector buildings, essential retail, essential services, and of course public transport. She asks also about what this will achieve domestically. Well, I think, I hope, combined with the vaccination programme, the booster programme, and all the work we've done around education, we'll be able to transition this virus post the winter from pandemic to endemic status. And the reason for this very difficult decision is to allow us to sustain the opening of the economy, including the nightclub sector, without having to flip-flop and go back and close down sectors because of super spreader events. When you talk to whether it be the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, will tell you that is, of course, in absolute terms, because of what I discussed earlier, if you're double jabbed, only 60% will not be infected and therefore not spread, but 40% could. But in relative terms, putting that downward pressure on the infection rates is important in that journey towards that transition from endemic to from pandemic to endemic.
I have to say I agree with what the chairman of the Select Committee said. The Minister set out earlier this year that this was discriminatory. He was right then, and he remains so. It is a discriminatory policy. The vaccines are fantastically effective at reducing hospitalisation and death. They're very much less effective against the Delta variant at reducing transmission. This is a pointless policy with damaging effects. And I'm afraid the Minister is picking an unnecessary fight with his own colleagues. And I say to him, the government should think again. The Leader of the House has been clear. We do not believe in this House, the government does not believe this policy is necessary for us to meet here in a crowded place. Let's not have one rule for members of Parliament and another rule for everybody else. Drop this policy.
Minister. I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question. He asked about my previous position, which again I addressed a few days ago from the dispatch box back in January and then February. We didn't have the level of evidence of the Delta variant, which he spoke about, which is far more infectious, only requires a few particles of Delta to be infectious. The data I gave earlier, I cited earlier, that 60% of people who are double vaccinated will not be infected by Delta and therefore will not spread it, but 40% could do. In terms of being discriminatory, there will be, of course, exemptions. So in exceptional circumstances for individuals where a clinician recommends vaccine deferral or that vaccine is not appropriate and where testing is also not recommended or on clinical grounds. And of course those who have received a trial vaccine, including those who are blinded or may have a placebo as part of the formally approved COVID vaccine trials in the United Kingdom. But I think, look, this is not something that we enter lightly, but it is something that is part of our armoury to transition over the winter months this virus from pandemic to, I hope, endemic status. Will be able to stand at this dispatch box very soon after that and be able to share with the House that we don't need to do this anymore as we deal with the virus annually through an annual vaccination programme.
SNP spokesperson Stuart Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first pay tribute to all of those involved in the vaccination programme? It has been extraordinary. I mean, in Scotland, we've got 4.1 million adults with the first dose, almost 4 million with the second dose, north of 90% of all adults with at least one dose. And it's across the UK. It's a fantastic result since last December. But the pandemic isn't over. Lives are still at risk, and the pressures on the NHS are very real. And so we in Scotland are introducing a vaccine passport, but broadly it will be limited to nightclubs, outdoor standing events with more than 4,000 people, and any event with more than 10,000 people. While the rules in England may be slightly different, I hope it is as proportionate as that. But can I ask the Minister, and can I go back to the issue about essential services? It's not enough simply to say you won't need a vaccine passport to get an essential service. It's got to be any setting where your attendance is unavoidable. Shops, public transport, medical services, education. We need the confirmation that no setting where your attendance is unavoidable, you will require to have a vaccine passport.
Minister. I'm grateful for the honourable member's excellent citation of the vaccine success in Scotland. NHS Scotland has done a tremendous job, as has the NHS in Wales and Northern Ireland, and of course in England. And I think he raises a really important point around essential services, and of course in the process of parliamentary engagement and scrutiny, we'll be able to share the detail of that in due course.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend who is defending a policy that I don't think his heart is truly in. But can I ask him a technical question? If a fake vaccine passport is used, who bears responsibility? Will it be the venue? Will it be the person who checked it? Or will it be the individual who've used the fake passport? And who will police it? Well, we're asking our local police, our local authority, or some other agency.
Minister.
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question, and she asks an important question. And when I or a minister from the Cabinet Office stands at the dispatch box and shares the detail of implementation, we will address that issue in full.
Sir Waldhotter.
The night
Maritime Industries Association and others have expressed concerns around the practical implementation of this policy as well. And as the Minister has highlighted, those questions still remain and need to be answered quickly. And will the Minister also publish clear guidance on which events and venues are going to require a COVID passport? There will also be increased costs for businesses at a time when they're recovering. So will they also be getting extra funding, and when will that be announced?
Minister.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady. We will absolutely issue clear guidance as to which venues we spoke about nightclubs, because they're of particular concern when it comes to evidence from other countries of super spreader events, but we will absolutely do that.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Isn't the super spreader event the spread of illiberal, discriminatory and coercive policies from this dispatch box?
Yeah. It pains me to have to stand at this dispatch box and have to implement something that goes against the DNA of this minister and his Prime Minister. But we are living through difficult times, unprecedented times, as one of the major economies of the world. I think we've done an incredible job as the four nations for implementing the vaccination programme, and this is a precautionary measure to ensure that we can sustainably maintain the opening of all sectors of the economy.
Munira Wilson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I almost feel sorry for the Minister because he really is struggling to defend this policy. But he has failed to answer my right honourable friend's fundamental question about this deeply illiberal, discriminatory and unnecessary policy. Will this House get a vote on the implementation of COVID vaccine passports? Yes or no?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady's question, there will be appropriate parliamentary scrutiny. I have said that today, and I have said that in the past as well.
Thank you, Speaker. I do fear that my honourable friend is on a sticky wicket, and I would point out to him that if people have had COVID and then haven't had any vaccinations, they will not get a passport that he's proposing, and therefore they will not be allowed into nightclubs. We are a proud Liberal party in the fact that we believe in freedoms and whatever happened to a laissez-faire attitude. Nightclubs have been open since July. You haven't closed them yet. There is no need for a vaccine passport.
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question, an important question, and he's quite right. They have been open. The end of September date was chosen deliberately because it would allow over 18-year-olds to have the opportunity to be double vaccinated. I would just say to him that on people who may have had COVID and not had the vaccine, there is evidence around, for example, the beta variant that actually could be much more harmful to people unless they get vaccinated. So I would urge people who have had COVID and recovered to get the vaccine and get double jabbed and get protected.
Let's hear from the former voice of the north of the DJs, Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as somebody who worked in nightclubs for 25 plus years, let me tell the Minister this is a recipe for chaos on the doors of nightclubs. I mean, and as my friend said, the Nighttime Industries Association, as I said to him the other day, has said this will cripple the industry. This is an industry that's been massively hard hit, that relies on walk-up trade. It's going to be impossible for them to run. Let me ask him two questions. Firstly, how does he define a nightclub as opposed to a bar with a DJ playing, a late bar with a DJ playing music? That's the first question. Secondly, there's no rationale for this. As the Honourable Member there said, nightclubs have been open for weeks. Why close them now? And why close nightclubs? Or why would it require vaccine passports for nightclubs as opposed to other crowded indoor venues? Let's say the chamber and the voting lobbies of the House of Commons. Yeah.
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's important question, and I have to say to him, as I said earlier, part of the trials allowed us the confidence that we think we can do this and do it well. It's something that has already been implemented for international travel. Other countries in Europe have this for nightclubs as well. So it is something that we think is the right thing to do to help us transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status. So we'll be coming forward with the details for parliamentary scrutiny in due course.
The voice of Pirate Radio, Vital Fabricant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Although I understand the libertarian argument regarding this and the very good points put forward by my honourable friend for Orkney and Shetland, is it not the prime duty of any government to protect its own population, whether in peace or war? And in many ways, are we not in a unique war with this virus? And could I say to my honourable friend that you know, the passport is available easily. I've got it on my own iPhone now, though it shows my date of birth, which I'd rather it didn't do. And I certainly agree, by the way, that if we want to have equality, we should be actually using the passport to get access to this chamber. Because this chamber is also a crowded place. But won't the passport also encourage more people to get double vaccinated?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I think I would agree with him that it is a very strong libertarian argument and not one that I would disagree with. This is a difficult decision, an important decision. As he says, we still are not in a place where I can stand here and say, hand on heart, we have transitioned this virus and it is no longer a pandemic, which is why we're having to take that decision. Where I would slightly disagree with him is obviously public buildings should remain accessible and open to all without this, because there are sort of relative measures that you can take to allow us that additional protection as we head towards the booster programme.
Chris Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is me looking sheepish about earlier. Apologies. Just to say, look, this is just nonsense. I'm 100% in favour of vaccination. I'm 100% opposed to vaccine passports. There's no legal definition of what a nightclub is, as opposed to a place where other people might be bouncing up and down, shouting at one another across a chamber in a room with 500 people. There's no legal definition that he's going to be able to rely on, and you're going to be and the government will be turning bouncers on the door into effective legal officers, and they're going to be deciding on whether somebody's had a placebo or not. I mean, this is for the birds. We can relieve him of all his pain. Just say he's thought again and he's not going to do it.
Minister.
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question. I would just say to him, the bouncer will not have to decide if someone had a placebo or not, because anyone who's been on a trial will be deemed to be vaccinated. They will receive their certificate. I've said this at the dispatch box before recess. I explained because, and actually the Secretary of State took to the WHO a plea for the rest of the world so that we continue to encourage people to come forward for trials, for vaccine trials, that they should be considered to be fully vaccinated, whether they've had the placebo or otherwise. And I repeated it today. So that will not be an issue for bouncers at nightclubs.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The measures as presented by the Minister today are unsupportable. They're unsupportable because they're bereft of any rationale. Yeah. And I would ask the Minister to think very carefully about whether this government wishes to take powers which were deemed to be emergency powers and make them normal powers of a government in a free society. I, for one, think that's extremely unwise, and there's no case for them.
Minister. I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. Where I would agree with him is that these are not normal times that we are enduring. This is a measure that we are having to take, and if he hears from our chief medical officers in England, in Scotland now, and of course Wales and Northern Ireland, this is a mitigation to allow us to continue to transition this pandemic over the winter months and not have to reverse that policy. And I say to him with a heavy heart, I would much rather stand here and take the arrows from colleagues in the back or the front, rather than come back here to this house and have to close down nightclubs because the virus has caused the super spreader event and have to explain that to the whole industry, because I think that is much more detrimental to businesses if you're having to open and shut them, open and shut them again.
Emma Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the Minister can underestimate how freedom has been limited by those with medical exemptions. I've heard from my own constituents that they feared even leaving the House. Now, the idea that they will see those freedoms limited again is abhorrent. So how can the Minister ensure that the medically exempt will not have further restrictions on their freedoms because of his vaccine passport plan?
Minister.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's question, and we spend a lot of time, energy and resource on making sure that those with medical exemptions and, of course, underlying medical conditions, you'll recall, were prioritised in both Category 4 and 6 of the vaccination programme, Phase 1. The JCVI have gone further with the immunosuppressed, but we, as I said in my earlier remarks, there will be exemptions for those who, for whatever reason, cannot be vaccinated or cannot have a test for medical conditions from this particular set of rules.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my honourable friend confirm that the duration of these passports, whether they're passed by the government or whether it's done by a vote, would only last so long as it's considered that the United Kingdom is in a pandemic state, not an endemic state in terms of the disease? And would he also set out when that transition actually happens so we can judge and understand for ourselves?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's very thoughtful question. The great difficulty with actually knowing at what stage do we feel confident that the virus has transitioned from pandemic to endemic. We have entered a period of equilibrium now with the virus because of the success of the vaccination programme. The upward pressure on infections is obviously schools going back. The downward pressure on infections will be the booster programme and mitigating policies like the one we are debating today. But this government certainly does not see this as a sort of long-term power grab to restrict people's liberties.
Lawrence Session-Lerner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel I should try and help the Minister by thanking him for the regular briefings on the vaccination uptake over the recess, which was very helpful to me, and in terms of encouraging a number of people from the BME communities to take up the vaccine. However, this policy is not going to work in Vauxhall. A number of businesses that have been hampered over the last 18 months want to get back. A number of those businesses which are fearful for the looming rent increases from private commercial tenants. A number of businesses which are fearful about the backlog of business rates that they have to pay. Those same businesses, we are now going to ask them to probably pay to implement this policy. So I want to go back to the issue my colleague from Feltham and Heston raised. What funding will be available to those businesses and when will they receive that funding?
Minister.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's very kind words about the engagement that we have maintained throughout the vaccine deployment programme, and will continue to do so, by the way, as we enter the booster programme, which in some weeks will hopefully break all records that we set in phase 1 of the vaccination programme. I think what is more detrimental to businesses in Vauxhall is having to open and shut again, and the reason for this policy is to sustain their ability to trade and hopefully trade profitably.
Sorry,
vaccine take-up amongst the young is essential. What additional incentives can you offer the young people that I work with on a social housing estate in Matlock called Hurst Farm? What additional incentives can you offer them to take up the vaccine?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's question. Young people have been coming forward in droves to be vaccinated. We have walk-in centres all around the country where people don't even have to book an appointment, and there's been many different ideas for incentivisation of young people. The greatest incentive, I hope, is to protect themselves, their families and their community, but also to enjoy the freedoms that come with double vaccination.
Can I just say, I won't be giving any incentives, so when you say you, it was mean to me, so I definitely don't want to do that. John Spell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister has already indicated, many countries are already introducing checks in hospitality and entertainment venues, and large numbers of our own citizens are visiting them on holiday. showing vaccine passes like these issued free by Her Majesty's government. They've already undergone checks at airports. I've been arguing since February for the introduction of vaccine passes in order to save venues and jobs. So to ensure that they can stay open, will he now cut through the hysteria and get on with this?
Yes.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, I joined dozens of volunteers for a thank you event with Medicare Pharmacy for the 58,000 jabs that they've delivered to local people this year. What more, though, can the Minister do to encourage, and I use the word encourage, those that have still yet to have their jab to come forward and do so?
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's work. He has been a champion of the vaccination programme, and I'm grateful to Medicare Pharmacy. But we continue to have pop-ups at universities and, of course, the walk-in centres around the country, and some incentives to offer young people to get vaccinated. And we continue to redouble our efforts, both to keeping the vaccine evergreen for those who haven't yet had their first dose.
Sir Oldney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a constituent last week. She's a widow with 4 children. She's been working for the NHS on the front line throughout the pandemic. One of her children has a range of very, very complex needs which can only be met by full-time residential care, and there's only one setting in the entire country which can meet his particular needs. Now, she has been told that they cannot take him because of a shortage of care staff, and they've told her that the particular difficulty in recruiting at the moment is the requirement for care staff to have had 2 jabs. Now, as the member for Forest of Dean, who's no longer in his place, has highlighted, the vaccine does not prevent infection or spread of COVID. So I want to ask the Minister why, given the crisis in recruitment of care staff, do we still have this requirement for 2 jabs when it's not effective and it's depriving vulnerable people from the care they need?
Listen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. She will forgive me, but I wish just to really reiterate what she said was inaccurate in the sense that the vaccines don't prevent infections. 60% of people who are double vaccinated will not be infected and therefore cannot spread the virus. It is 40% that can. So it's an important measure. We have a duty of care to those most vulnerable in care homes that the staff are double jabbed and have till the 11th of November to do that.
Simon Judd.
Make no mistake. Vaccine passports will create a 2-tier society, with the hospitality industry having to police an unethical policy that will hammer their recovery. Given the government's own words that we need to live with this virus, will my right honourable friend confirm how long vaccine passports will be in place if passed by this House?
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's words. We will set out in detail, in due course, exactly how the vaccine pass will work for domestic use, for example, in nightclubs.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister as well for all the hard work he does do and for the very difficult questions that he's answering. Can I ask him this? It would seem that each region of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has a differing system, different versions, and it confuses people whenever you read it or hear it in the national news in relation to offering the vaccine passport. So can I ask the Minister this question? What discussions has taken place with regional administrations on this issue, and are there any plans to standardise each region to have a one-size-fits-all UK strategy that people can understand and that they can follow?
I'm grateful for the member for Strangford's question, an excellent question. We coordinate, and I'm very proud, as are the ministers from the devolved administrations, of the work we've done collectively on the vaccination programme, and that we'll continue to do for the booster programme. But as you heard earlier, this is a devolved matter, but we try and coordinate wherever possible and do the right thing together.
John, are you stuck though? Jacob Young. You're going to have to stand up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister and all those involved in the vaccination rollout on 4/5 of over 16-year-olds now double vaccinated. This government has worked night and day to ensure we have the testing capacity to test over 1 million people a day and many more millions with lateral flow tests as well. Surely a nightclub full of people who have tested negative is safer than a nightclub full of people double vaccinated.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question and his championing of the vaccination programme. He raises an important point. One of the issues around lateral flow tests is the risk, obviously, of people fraudulently inputting their test result, but also it is for a single excursion, whereas double vaccinated means that you can go and enjoy nightclubs for as many times as you like.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got there in the end. May I on bended knee implore my right honourable friend to summon all his courage and say no to vaccine passports and to protect our civil liberties. He has done. The minister has been so courageous in the vaccine rollout, and may I thank the minister. But please, please protect our civil liberties and say no to vaccine passports.
Minister.
I'm grateful for the honourable lady, and all I would say to her when she will pause and I hope reflect on what we will be bringing forward is that it is much better for the nightclub industry to be able to open sustainably whilst we get through the next few months. The winter months are going to be tough, challenging, not just for COVID, but also for flu, and it is a far better option to listen to the clinical advice of the CMOs and implement something which is difficult for me to do. It goes against everything I believe in, but nevertheless, it's the right thing to do.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a whole summer's worth of data from the Events Research Programme that shows how organisers of events like the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in my constituency had to go to extreme cost to put in the planning and the checking at the gate of vaccine passports. So before this policy is put to a vote in this House, can my honourable friend commit to publishing the data of what the cost to business was of vaccine passport checks through the Events Research Programme so that we can be fully appraised of the cost of this policy?
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question, an important question, and one that we will absolutely be looking at. Suffice to say, as I mentioned earlier, the Events Research Programme certainly gave us the confidence that people can deal with this relatively easily in the way that a nightclub bouncer can check ID, they can check COVID vaccination status.
Holly Mumbycroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many across this House, I'm instinctively wary of this idea. Can my right honourable friend give me a clear answer to a specific question? Will right honourable and honourable members receive a vote? And I'm talking, for the avoidance of doubt, about a vote, not scrutiny, on this policy.
Minister.
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question. I have said that there will be parliamentary scrutiny around this, and we'll be coming back and setting out in detail what that looks like.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually flabbergasted, depressed, and actually annoyed that we're actually even discussing this matter. It's absolutely wrong on a fundamental level. So, putting to one side the practical implications of how this is going to be policed, but more importantly, the GDPR implications of bouncers now having medical data at their hands. What are we actually doing in regards to the data? Nightclubs have been open now for over 2 months. Is there any data to actually support this policy? Because I don't think there is.
Minister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. The very strong advice from the CMOs, as we've heard from our colleagues in Scotland as well, is that this will be an important mitigating measure. It is something that we don't do lightly, and I completely understand his sentiment and his emotion on this. In terms of the data presented, it will be limited simply to the vaccine status and the name of the individual, and you can have it either, obviously, if you have a smartphone, or if you don't, then it will be physical or by email.
Point of order, Chris Bryan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You will know that last week the Foreign Secretary told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that he will be making sure that all MPs had direct responses to all the emails that we'd sent to the Foreign Secretary, the Home Secretary and the Defence Secretary about Afghans and those of friends and relatives of our constituents who have been caught in the situation in Afghanistan. You will know, because you were in the chair, that the Prime Minister repeated this on Monday. He said that we would all have responses by the end of the day, and the Foreign Secretary then repeated that commitment later on in the day. Unfortunately, this just hasn't happened. Insofar as there has been any response at all from government, it is a single email from a junior minister in the Foreign Office which says that we can go and look at a website. I know that you have said repeatedly that ministers have to give proper, substantive answers, And I just hope that you, Mr. Speaker, might be able to speak to government ministers, because so many of our caseworkers across the House are in tears every day because they're having so many cases that are brought to them. I mentioned on Monday the 3 people out of the 143 that I've raised, one of whom's been shot, one of whom's been raped, and one of whom's been tortured. We're all facing these things. I wonder whether there's anything you can do in your powers to make sure that we get proper answers on these. We can't just abandon these people.
Is it related direct to that? OK, I'll take them to you and come back.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Very unusually, I completely concur with the honourable gentleman from the other benches. It is really unfair on our staff, let alone our constituents, that we can't give them. This is the first time since I've been in the House, I've not been able to give them the sort of answers that I would expect a minister to give. I've been a minister myself in many different departments, Mr. Speaker, and I know this is difficult for the department, but it is fundamentally also difficult for the families and loved ones and our staff that can't give them the truth.
Jim Shannon, is it the same one?
Same point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just reiterate and support the 2 honourable gentlemen who have spoken? Last week I had, as others have had, a constituency of contacted us on behalf of people who they've served with in Afghanistan. Some of those people that the honourable gentleman referred to, there was gun attacks in their houses last week. We sent urgent, absolutely, I sent 3 emails and hand-delivered letters this week. I don't want to embarrass anybody. It's not about that, Mr. Speaker. It's about getting the answers. And can I just say that I would really, really appreciate, as others would, to have the immediate, urgent answers to those issues, because for them, it's a case of life or death. It's really important. And let's see if we can get the answers from the ministers. Thank you.
Can I absolutely say it's quite right for members to raise it. It's very important. The fact is, obligations were made by the government to actually deal with the issues, and they would respond accordingly. MPs have a duty to carry out on behalf of constituents cases that are brought to them. What I would say is we might have been discussing if the opposition hadn't been pulled, but in the fact that it has been pulled, let me just say to the government front bench, it's not acceptable to make pledges that aren't carried out, and in fact, if this continues, it might be that we need a UQ to actually discuss the issue of why we aren't getting the responses through. And this isn't from one side, this is from both sides of the House. Ministers should reply to MPs. They are accountable to this House, and I expect ministers to reply accordingly to MPs. Right, no further to that point of order. We're now going to come to the 10-minute rule bill. Presentation of bill first, I believe. Yeah, James. Right.
Social Security uprating of benefits bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right. We're now going to come to the 10-minute rule bill. I hope your mum's ready, Jonathan. Jonathan Gillis.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to amend Section 5 of the Education Act 2005 to provide that Ofsted may inspect the Board of Trustees of multi-academy trusts. Mr. Speaker, you may have heard me mention only a few times I used to be a teacher and a trade union representative, but having proudly worked in academies both in London and in Birmingham, and having a partner who also works in this sector for over 8 years before entering this place, I firmly believe the most important thing we can achieve is to give our children the very best education. In my mind, there is no greater task that we have as MPs, and there can be no better investment than in our children's futures. I know that as a teacher and a Conservative, I am a bit of an outlier. There aren't too many of us around, although I'm delighted to count among my honourable friends the members for Bassett Law, Penistone and Stocksbridge and North Devon among our ranks on these benches. And the Conservatives' record on education since 2010 is a proud one. The proportion of schools rated as good or outstanding by Ofsted has risen from 68% in 2010 to 86% in 2020. Between 2011 and 2019, the attainment gap between disadvantaged children and their wealthier peers narrowed by 13% at age 11 and 9% at age 16. And in 2019, 82% of Year 1 pupils met the expected standard of reading, compared to just 58% when the light touch phonics check was introduced. The Great Govian and Gibeon reforms have been key to this improvement, as a result of which almost 2 million more children are now in good or outstanding schools than they were in 2010. Yeah. And at their heart has been the Academy and Free School programme, which has freed schools from local authority control, given parents more choice, and granted schools more control over their curriculum, budgeting and staffing. Though these changes, we have been able to drive up standards across the country. And since 2010, the government has invested in Academy Trust to be the vehicle of school improvement. Over half of children are now educated in academies, and 42% of schools are academies themselves. 84% of academies are part of multi-academy trusts, or MATs, and as of August last year, there were 1,180 MATs covering 7,680 academies between them. Of those, 70% oversee 6 schools or fewer, and 38% run 2 or 3 schools. There are also a small number of big beasts that oversee 20 schools or more. But, Mr. Speaker, parents and teachers must have confidence in the leadership of Academy Trusts. Over the years, various scandals have appeared in the papers. Trust paying for the lease of a new Jaguar for their chief executive. Trust paying thousands for first-class travel and high-class hotel rooms. And even Trust paying for transatlantic flights. And regularly we hear the Trust chief executives getting huge salaries of £100,000, £200,000, even in some cases close to £500,000. I'm a big supporter of the drive for academisation, and I hope that all schools will become academies. I'm not against trusts expanding, but where they are encouraged to do so, it must be for the right reasons. Numerous funds have been created to encourage MATs to expand, such as the Regional Academy Growth Fund and the Trust Capacity Fund, but these have often resulted in trusts expanding beyond their means, as there is no formal way of assessing whether they are best placed to expand. As the evaluation of the Regional Academy Growth Fund found, one MAT took on 10 schools in 1 year, despite a previous growth rate of only 2 or 3 annually. There must be fairness, transparency and accountability, because as it stands, there is glaring inconsistency. Schools, including individual academies, are inspected by Ofsted. Children's Social Services are inspected by Ofsted. The Care and Quality Commission inspects hospital trusts. So why aren't multi-academy trusts inspected too? I worry that this loophole risks creating a new group of education authorities that are unaccountable to teachers, parents and pupils. To have a fair and consistent system, MATs and their leadership need to be accountable in the same way that teachers are. At their best, MATs have been instrumental in turning around failing schools. Whitfield Valley Primary School in Feghays in the Stoke-on-Trent North Kidsgrove and Talk is a great example of this. Having previously been placed in special measures, the school is now rated good by Ofsted, with outstanding leadership since becoming part of the Inspirational Learning Academies Trust in 2015. While this is a fantastic example of what trusts can achieve, sadly there are too many that are not performing well. I think that the root of this problem is the accountability regime. Over the years there has been calls for change, and I want to thank the work of the previous Education Select Committee, which found in a 2017 report that there is a gap in assessing the performance of MATs that neither Ofsted nor regional school commissioners properly fulfils. Starting in 2018, Ofsted trialled a new approach to inspecting academies, which involved a number of inspections of individual academies from a MAT, taking place over a period of up to 2 terms. Following these inspections, Ofsted would then visit the MAT's head office to evaluate the effectiveness of the MAT as a whole. This was a shift in the right direction, with a move towards assessing the trust itself rather than simply looking at individual academies. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, as it stands, accountability measures remain heavily focused at school level and do not reflect the top-heavy leadership style of many MATs. To properly harness the power of MATs, we need to look at their overall performance. I want to stress this is not about creating another layer of bureaucracy or more hoops for teachers to jump through. My bill is about adding accountability for the trustees of multi-academy trusts, and in my mind there should be no extra work for teachers. Through my bill, the remit of Ofsted inspectors would be extended so that they must consider 3 points: the achievement of pupils across schools covered by the multi-academy trust, the success of the multi-academy trust in reversing educational underperformance, and the quality of leadership, financial management and governance of the multi-academy trust. Bringing MATs under the Ofsted inspection regime would ensure that they are playing their full role and, crucially, allow those who are truly doing excellent work to be recognised. As the Lost Learning Report I co-authored with Onward and the New Schools Network earlier this year argued, we should be using multi-academy trusts much more aggressively as the engine of school improvement, by holding them to account via the provisions of my bill and assessing them on their ability to turn around underperforming schools. Inspections of MATs would allow us to reward well-performing multi-academy trusts and give us a way to incentivise the best MATs with generous funding to take on struggling schools. There could be no clearer need for this, especially in the wake of the pandemic. If levelling up is to mean anything, It must mean that children in places like Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torque can get the education they need to be able to go on to university, to give them the skills they need to go on to an apprenticeship, and to give people a chance to make the most of their talents and achieve their potential, no matter where in the country they go to school. To do this, we need to unleash the power of the best trusts to transform children's lives around the entire country. Ultimately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's what this bill is about. In the wake of this pandemic, this bill is needed now more than ever. I'm delighted to have the support of this bill from a broad section of honourable members from all sides of this House, and I commend it to the House.
I have not been notified that anybody intends to oppose this motion, and I don't see anybody, so I'll pose the question. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill? I think you've got to name the names of the people who...
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had to come to the bar first, but apologies. Robert Halfon, Emma Hardy, David Simmons, Dame Margaret Hillier, David Johnston, Layla Moran, Brendan Clark-Smith, Miriam Cates, Ian Mearns, Lee Anderson, Gareth Bacon, and me, sir.
Jonathan Gullis. Are you going to read the title?
Very small.
All right.
No hurry.
Multi-Academy Trusts Ofsted Inspection Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 28th of January 2022.
Friday, the 28th of January 2022. Thank you very much. We now come to the motion relating to business of the House today. Minister to move?
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order... Do you wish to speak, Mr Byrne? Well, the question is as on the order paper. Mr Peter Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Obviously, we're going to be debating a very important issue today. If this had been the finance bill, it could have gone, of course, to any hour. So I'm wondering whether the Minister could explain why this length is... I mean, I appreciate this is a Ways and Means motion, but I do think, given the interest in this motion, it might well have been that we could have had extended hours, and I wonder why the Minister decided to stop this at a moment of interruption.
Well, that's not a point for me. Does anybody else wish to contribute to this? In which case, Andrew Eagle.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to express some sympathy with the point that the Honourable Gentleman has just made about this dribbling out of budget announcements. Like, we have triple Trinity budgets these days. We don't have one budget. We have a budget when it suits the Treasury with Ways and Means motions. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have great sympathy with the change of behaviour on fiscal issues and budgets and tax announcements that this government is now indulging in. It doesn't make, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my view, for decent policy making, nor does it help this Parliament actually hold the government to account. Let's get back, Mr Deputy Speaker, to having one fiscal event, one budget, when we have the Red Book published and we can properly hold this government to account, and instead of this ongoing dribbling out of the government's budget and tax proposals when it suits it rather than when it suits this House.
Chris Bryant.
Isn't there another point, Mr Deputy Speaker, which is that we already have remarkably weak control over taxation and expenditure in this House. It's one of the things that we do worse than nearly any other legislature, either within the UK or anywhere else in Europe and around the rest of the world. Most other countries have a proper budget where they decide both expenditure and taxation at the same time, because the two should surely go together. But what we have here, most extraordinarily, is a motion that was only put on the order paper yesterday, without any forewarning before yesterday that we were going to be debating it today. And surprise, surprise, as is the convention under our standing orders, the opposition, in fact, nobody other than a government minister, can table an amendment that were to increase or vary a tax or a duty. So we are a completely hamstrung parliament in which the government has excessive control from the executive over parliament. I think we should have had proper time to debate this. We should have had proper forewarning, and the government yet again is taking everything into its own hands.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the Ways and Means motion relating to the Health and Social Care Levy, and I have to inform the House that the Speaker has selected the amendment in the name of the official opposition. And I remind the House that under the terms of the business of the House order of today, amendments will be moved formally at the end of the debate. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing on today's order paper in the name of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Mr. Deputy Speaker, supporting health and social care in the aftermath of a pandemic and amid the worst health crisis for 100 years, laying the long-term basis for social care for generations to come. There are few, if any, greater peacetime challenges for any government. And that is why it is an honour to be opening this debate today. As the House will know, yesterday the Prime Minister announced a plan to tackle the NHS backlog, put the adult social care system on a sustainable long-term footing and end the situation in which those who need help in their old age risk losing everything to pay for it. The government's plan will make a difference to the lives of millions of people across this country, and it will be funded with a record £36 billion investment into the NHS and social care.
Will he allow?
Of course, I'd be delighted.
What estimate has he made of the impact of these measures on the ease or indeed the difficulty of securing continuing NHS care?
Well, that's an extraordinarily wide-ranging question, and there are many ways in which impacts could be assessed. He will be aware that the government will be bringing forward a social care bill, and there will be a budget at which this measure, fiscal measures in general, and the wider consideration of the fiscal position will be considered. In this document published in relation to today's debate, there is, of course, a sustainability analysis in terms of the impact of the measure on different parts of the country by background and socioeconomic income. And there was also a substantial plan published by the government in relation to the Health and Social Care Bill. And that is, if I may, I'll just proceed a little bit further and then I will happy to give way. So in order to pay for this a significant increase in spending in a responsible and fair way, the government's announced a new 1.25% health and social care levy based on national insurance contributions. This Ways and Means motion enables the government to introduce the levy and temporarily to increase national insurance contributions rates until it takes effect. I'll happily give way.
Would the honourable gentleman tell the House how much the 1.25 increase in national insurance will cost the NHS on top of its current payroll?
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware that public sector bodies have been adjusted for in the numbers that have been published, and therefore the numbers that have been published are net of impact on the public sector. Yes, I'd be happy to give way.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I understand that for a couple of years this tax revenue goes to the NHS, not to care, in order to get the waiting lists down. By how many will the waiting lists be reduced? What is the plan for using this money to actually cut them?
Well, of course, it's impossible to say in advance what the impact will be, but I would direct the honourable gentleman to the remarks of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, where it said that it regarded this as broadly, as it says, based on detailed analysis to be published later this week, it could be enough to meet the pandemic-related pressures on the NHS. I think that's a fairly. No, I've already taken a few. I'll go on a bit further if I may, and then I'll take some more interventions. Thank you. The honourable gentleman's had a fairly substantial go at points of order already, and I welcome his later intervention. The levy will apply UK-wide to taxpayers liable to Class 1 employee and employer, Class 1A, Class B and Class 4 self-employed NICs. However, it will not apply where taxpayers pay Class 2 NICs
or Class 3 NICs. It will be introduced from April 2022, and then from April 2023, the levy will also apply to those working over the state pension age. As honourable and right honourable friends will understand, it takes time for HMRC to prepare their systems for such a major shift. That is why in 22-23, the levy will be delivered through a temporary increase in NICs rates of 1.25% for 1 year only, and all revenues generated by this increase will be ring-fenced and paid to NHS England and NHS Scotland, NHS Wales and the equivalents in Northern Ireland. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm really grateful for the Minister giving way. Does he not recognise that the burden which he is placing on small businesses, many of which the government completely excluded and failed to support during the pandemic, are now having to pay this extra levy as opposed to making a fair taxation system which falls on those which can pay the most?
Well, the Honourable Lady will be aware that because of the employment allowance, the bottom 40% of businesses will pay nothing, and the next 40% will pay an average of £450. So it does not fall heavily on the bottom end of businesses. And of course, it comes in a context in which the government has provided over £400 billion of support to business and to the nation as a whole in the course of fighting the pandemic. So it is, in that sense, a broad-based, and it has been recognised to be, by reputable independent commentators, a broad-based approach. From April 2023, once HMR systems have been updated, a formal legal surcharge of 1.25% will replace the temporary increase in NICs rates, which will return to their previous level. Again, this revenue will be ring-fenced in law for health and for social care only. As the Chancellor stated yesterday, this is no stealth tax. That is why the exact amount that each employee pays will also be visible as a separate line on their payslip. Finally, the levy will be administered by HMRC and collected by the current reporting and collection procedures for NICs, pay-as-you-earn and income tax self-assessment. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Yeah, thank the Minister for giving way. I want to just ask him how much money is actually going to get to local authorities to deliver social care at the front line. Can I refer him to paragraph 36 of the government's document we got yesterday, which says that 5.4 billion in adult social care will be provided from this levy, but that will be spent on the reforms that are in the document, and it then goes on to say that all the other pressures on local authorities, the social care they've got now, demographic and otherwise, will be paid for from council tax, the social care precept, which is council tax by any other name. So are we then expecting the pressures on social care not to be funded from this document, but to actually be funded from further rises in council tax? Is that the honest situation?
Grateful to the Honourable. I'm also very grateful for him to actually reading the document, which many of his colleagues may not have done. And he's absolutely right to draw attention to that section. What the levy does, of course, is to provide a very substantial form of funding for social care. The question of the capacity of local authorities, of course, is a matter of great interest to the government, and an area in which we've supported significantly in the last year or two will be considered in the budget in the normal course of things. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I may say so, now I set out why a levy based on national insurance is the best way to raise the funds needed for the government's plan for health and social care. The first is that it sets that there is already a clear precedent. Indeed, in 2003, the then Labour government increased these same NICs rates by 1%, specifically to put more funding into the NHS. Within the NICs system, there is, as members across the House will know, an already long-standing ring-fenced proportion of receipts directed to the NHS. The second reason is that this is a fair method. Businesses will play their part. In fact, the largest 1% of businesses will contribute 70% of the revenue. However, existing NICs reliefs and allowances will also apply to the levy. That will mean, that, as I've said, that 40% of all businesses will not be affected due to the employment allowance. When it comes to individuals, those earning more will pay more. Conversely, at least 6.2 million people earning less than the NICs primary threshold will not pay the levy at all. The third reason why a levy based on NICs is the right approach is because it has worked elsewhere. France, Germany and Japan have all increased social security contributions to fund social care provision. And finally, the question of how to fund health and social care is one that applies to a whole nation. NICs are set on a UK-wide basis, and the levy therefore provides a clear UK-wide solution. I'm happy to give way to the honourable member, the Lady Select Committee.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he put on the record for the House the consequentials for public bodies as who are employers who would normally be expected to pay this? But I understand there are some mitigations to this, but perhaps he could explain that, because in the time we've had, we haven't been able to get to the bottom of it.
Well, the overall fiscal approach is set out in detail in the document that's already been referenced by the right honourable gentleman. There is, of course, we will be presenting a bill in due course that will have further explanatory notes and a tax impact information note associated with it. And, of course, we have a budget in which the wider fiscal position will become clear. So the House is not going to be short of information about how this will land. Finally, if I may just remind the House why this levy is so important. As the Prime Minister and the Chancellor set out yesterday, the levy will enable the government to tackle the backlog in the NHS. It will provide a new permanent way to pay for the government's reforms to social care, and it will allow the government to fund its vision for the future of health and social care in this country over the longer term. It has been... I'll give way to the Honourable Lady, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. 2 points. He talks about the government's vision for health and social care, but with their obsession with outsourcing, that doesn't match the Scottish vision for health and social care. This is a devolved area. Why is he not using tax, which the Scottish Government control, and we've already been slagged for 3 years in here for putting a penny on income tax bands to fund health and social care in Scotland? So why is he hitting Scottish taxpayers again and taking power away from the Scottish people?
Well, and nothing could be further from the truth, Mr Deputy Speaker. The fact of the matter is that all parts of the UK need a long-term solution to fund this health and social care position sustainably, including Scotland and the Scottish Government. It is also the case that Scotland's own Audit Scotland has called for more money needed in the Scottish social care system. An independent review of adult social care has said that more money needs to be provided. And of course, there is a union dividend from this policy, in that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland will benefit by an average of 15% more than is generated by their residents. That is to say, £300 million a year on average. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government has acknowledged that this policy involves a breach of the manifesto. It has done so directly, it has done so plainly, and it has done so honestly. But I would put it to the House that in a deeper sense, this measure serves to redeem a promise and to discharge an obligation. It is a profoundly conservative thing to do, to provide for future generations without taxing, without increasing our borrowing, without increasing spending, and in a way that is sustainable and which grips a nettle that for too many years has been ignored by the party opposite. And with that in mind, I commend this motion to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are 2 tests for the package announced yesterday. The first, does it fix social care? The second, is it funded fairly? And the answer to both of those questions is no. It is a broken promise, it is unfair, and it is a tax on jobs. At the general election less than 2 years ago, the Prime Minister said to voters, read my lips, we will not be raising taxes on income, on VAT or national insurance. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'm not sure where he is today, went further and solemnly said, our plan is to cut taxes for the lowest paid through cutting national insurance. They've broken their legally binding promise on international development, they're breaking it again on the triple lock, and the country is now littered by Tory broken promises torn from the election manifestos of all of the members opposite. Promises that they made to their constituents and to their countries, promises used to count for something. Today, the Tory word and guarantees from the Prime Minister count for absolutely nothing at all. I'll take an intervention from the member and maybe you can tell us what he put on his election leaflets.
I thank
I would just thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I'd remind her that this party won on the basis of its election manifesto, and her party lost. But can I actually ask her? Can I ask the Right Honourable Lady, in the interest of fairness and in the interest of the people of this country that voted for her party, could she outline to the House what her party's plan is to fix social care? Because so far we've heard nothing.
Well, I'll come on to that in a moment, but it sums it up, doesn't it? You went into the election with a set of promises, and now you're breaking them one by one. Now,
Order. I know this is going to... Please resume your seats. This is an emotionally charged debate. I fully appreciate that, but please, as Mr. Speaker has pointed out, we must not use the word you unless you're referring to the chair. So please just remember that. Rachel Reeves.
sorry, I'll clarify. The honourable members opposite are breaking their promises one by one by one. Now, the government will claim that this is all down to the pandemic, but in March last year, a year into the pandemic, the Chancellor promised that national insurance would not go up. He said, and I quote, "We're not going to raise the rates of income tax, national insurance, or VAT. Nobody's take-home pay will be less than what it is now." Another Tory promise up in flames. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was not before the pandemic. It was a year into it, and a matter of months later, this bombshell on work to fund social care as a broken promise is unfair, and it is a tax on jobs. Now, the sad truth... I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She's making just the right sort of points, and they don't like it, but they need to listen to it. Will she agree? Will she agree with me that the Prime Minister, when he signed the guarantee on the tax lock in the general election campaign of 2019, also told the country he had an oven-ready plan for reforming social care prior to the pandemic? So he can't have signed the tax lock, can he, as well as having a plan for social care if one of those things wasn't exactly true?
I'll go further. To my right honourable friends, neither of them were exactly true, because we've got no plan for social care and we've got a tax increase. The sad truth at the heart of this so-called health and social care levy is it won't even deliver for social care for at least 3 years from now, and even then it is uncertain when the government might allow some money to trickle down. Because under the Prime Minister's plan, many will still face the threat, as my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has set out today, of selling their home to fund care. Now, someone with a house worth £186,000, and that's many of the members of the opposite constituents, many of them will still have to sell their home to fund £86,000 within this cap. And that's even before the costs of living in a care home. How does the Minister opposite expect his constituents to pay for care without selling their home? I'll happily take an intervention from the Minister. Well, maybe the Right Honourable Member for Thirsk might explain what he put in his manifesto to his constituents in Thirsk.
I was delighted to be able to sit on the joint select committees, Health and Local Government. The select committee looked at this, and the chair of the Local Government Select Committee is sat in his place now. The 24 people on that committee, 12 of which were opposition members, recommended a solution based upon national insurance. The Shadow Social Care Secretary also proposed a solution based upon national insurance. Why is she now saying that's the wrong option? And what is her plan if that is the wrong option?
We should be looking at all forms of income, not just income from people who go out to work. You've got a landlord who rents out a number of properties. He will pay nothing, whereas his tenants in work will. That is not fair, and that is why we cannot support it this evening. The minister told us three important. The minister told us three important things today. I'd be very happy to.
What the Honourable Lady has done is to accuse the government, which has published a plan, of having no plan, when it in fact has absolutely nothing to offer on this topic. On the question she raises, let me just tell her the Resolution Foundation itself said in its report that the CAP will offer support which will recognise the higher care costs in different parts of the country and the increased generosity of the means test that will have relatively more impact in lower wealth regions in the North East and other parts of the country.
Well, with all respect to the Minister, I asked him how he would suggest one of his constituents with a house worth £186,000 with no other savings would pay £86,000 for their care without selling their home. It's quite clear that the Minister doesn't have an answer to that question because there isn't one. I'll take an intervention from my right honourable friend. No, you've had a chance and you didn't manage.
I'm very grateful. 70% of my constituents own their own home. The average house price in my constituency is £98,000. For my constituents who are going to be asked on lower than average wages in the country to contribute more in national insurance, is it not manifestly unfair that they would still have to find £86,000 and the only place they're going to find it is out of £98,000 so as to fund millionaires in the southeast of England being able to pass on the whole of their inheritance to their children?
My right honourable friend makes the point very well. People will still have to sell their homes to pay for care under these plans. And there were three important points. I've already taken intervention from the Minister and he didn't answer the question. OK, I will take an intervention. I will take an intervention from the Minister if he explains how you pay 80... I will take the intervention. I will take the intervention on the basis that he answers the question from myself and my right honourable friend, the member from the Rhondda. If he can answer the question, how on earth do you pay £86,000 when your house is worth £98,000 or £186,000? Let's have the answer.
I'm surprised that the Honourable Lady didn't recognise the point about geographic impact that I made in my last intervention, but let me just point out that the government has published a Build Back Better plan which contains specific case studies of the impact of this measure, and those are where she should look for an answer to her question.
He's wasting the House's time because he is not answering the question. There were three important points that the Minister did make in his opening statement today. The first was, it is impossible to say what the impact on waiting lists will be from these proposals. That's the first thing the Minister told us today. The second was that spending for local authorities will be considered in the budget. So there's no detail at all in what money local authorities will get, and we are being asked to vote for a tax increase without a plan to fix social care. And the third point, in answer to my right honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee's point, is that councils will pay this levy as employers, and so they will face increased costs, but without any guarantee that they're going to get additional money to fund care. This is not a plan to fix social care. And there is no plan for care workers who have been underpaid and undervalued before the pandemic and before being sent out onto the front line by this government without the PPE that they needed to protect them. £8 billion has been cut from social care by Tory governments in the years before this pandemic, ignoring the rising demand with care workers paid less than they can live on. This government are not interested in bringing employers and unions together for a positive plan for the future of social care. They're not interested in making the care sector a career of choice with decent pay and conditions, proper investment in skills. We know that 500,000 care workers are needed by 2030. There are 100,000 vacancies in social care before the pandemic. But this is only set to increase, with the GMB predicting 170,000 vacancies for care workers by the end of the year. 1 in 10 jobs unfilled. Labour's plans will prioritise older and disabled people, shifting the focus of support towards preventative early help. And our guiding principle will be home first, because that's what the overwhelming majority of people want. I'll take an intervention.
I'm very grateful for giving way. The Minister at the Dispatch Box just a second ago referenced a plan. He has been asked repeatedly from his benches how this money will be spent, and in return to every one of the interventions, he has said, Wait for the forthcoming white paper. Wait for the forthcoming bill. Isn't it true? This is the biggest blank cheque this government has ever asked, or any government has ever asked government to pay, and it'd be irresponsible to do so without them telling us how they're going to spend it.
The truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tories are all tax and no strategy. When it comes to the NHS and social care, last year the public clapped them, this year the Tories taxed them. There are far too many outstanding questions with no details published yesterday. What other tax rises on working people are set for further down the line, given the Prime Minister refused to rule them out yesterday? Will council tax have to rise to make the sums add up? And how will the government relieve the burden on councils and care homes, again on which there was no detail yesterday and no detail today? Mike Padgham of the Independent Care Group said, "It's not clear how the money is going to the front line. That means providers squeezed and working conditions and pay impacted." Mr Deputy Speaker, this just does not add up. I'll take an intervention from my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend, and we all recognise the significant crisis faced within the social care system. But isn't it just another broken Conservative manifesto promise? Because they pledged to approach this in a cross-party consensus manner, and the manner in which this is bringing forward these out-of-the-blue taxation measures on some of the poorest working people in this country does nothing to build that consensus and just broadens that gap that we know many families face in meeting the costs of social care.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and the Conservatives walked out of cross-party talks in 2010, and despite offers from my honourable friend, the member for Leicester West, they have never resumed. So much for the plan. What does this mean for ordinary people funding it? Well, the Chancellor's tax on jobs just doesn't let down those needing care or working in the care sector. It is a tax on all those in work. And as daily COVID cases continue to climb, the only shielding that this government is interested in is protecting the wealthiest few from paying more tax. As I said, a private landlord owning and rented out multiple properties won't pay a penny more, yet their hard-working tenants working for a living will be hit hard. It is deeply unfair. I'll give way to my Ron.
Thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. And would she agree with me that the question on everyone's mind is, when is my operation going to happen? And yet the Secretary of State for Health doesn't seem to be able to answer that basic question. When will the waiting list be over? When will we have to stop waiting for that crucial operation?
That is exactly the question that all of our constituents ask. But as the Minister has failed to say today when the backlog will be cleared, you've got to wonder whether this plan adds up and when any money at all will be available for social care. Mr Deputy Speaker, for this government, the incomes of working people just aren't of interest. I asked the excellent staff at the House of Commons Library to examine the impacts on a typical worker in constituents like mine in Leeds West, like the ministers in Hereford, and like the chancellors as well. So let us imagine our worker is a new police constable, a single mum with 2 children, earning £26,000 a year. She rents her home in the private sector. She is eligible for universal credit. What has this government done for her? Well, the honourable members laugh, but they won't be laughing when they come to their surgeries and ask why this government is taking money away from them. And now I think the honourable lady should listen to this. What has this government done for her and her family? The Chancellor has frozen her pay this year. The Chancellor has frozen her income tax personal allowance. The Chancellor is taking £20 a week away from her and her family on universal credit, and her council tax bill has gone up by £80. And now the Chancellor is coming back for more and is asking for 1.25% of her income on national insurance. Mr Deputy Speaker, why does this government keep coming after the same people, time after time after time, asking ordinary working class people to pay more of their incomes? Because if you added up the total cost to her and her kids, and this is all of our constituents, the total cost will be an extra £1,234 next year. Shameful. And this isn't just a one-off. Right. Analysis from the New Economics Foundation shows that 2.5 million working households will be hit by the Tory double whammy of cuts to universal credit and an increase in their national insurance too. Put that on your leaflets at the next election. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady. I'll be interested to hear what she's going to say to her constituents that are said.
I'd be very interested if the Honourable Lady would let us know at which point massive global pandemic appeared in any of the commitments made during the 2019 general election, and whether the Labour Party would continue to have unfunded promises that we have to borrow from the market, or whether they would continue to kick the can of a gnarly problem down the road, where I have had constituents of mine worried about social care all summer. It's a problem people have ducked for generations, and we're doing it in a way we can afford.
Burying your heads in the sand. Of South Ribble will make of that, but I know what they will make when they see their paychecks time after again seeing less money in them because of the decisions by this government. And there are choices, and they are difficult ones. This government is choosing to tax ordinary working class people. On this side of the House, we would ask those with the broadest shoulders, the wealthiest in our communities, to pay more. This government make a different choice. They can justify that to their constituents. I'll give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you. And I'll bring my friend back to the paragraph that I asked the Minister about, paragraph 36. It seems absolutely key, because there isn't any clear money coming from this levy towards social care. It's what the government said, and I think the Minister said it'll all be revealed in the spending review. The government will ensure local authorities have access to sustainable funding for core budgets at the spending review. We expect demographic and unit cost pressures will be met through council tax, social care precept. So, on top of all the other hits that working families are going to get, can they expect an above-inflation rise in their council tax next year to pay for the government's failure to fund social care properly?
I think many councils and people who work for them and provide social care at a local level will be incredibly worried about what they are hearing from this government, that council costs are going to go up while they're getting no additional money. So in contrast, I'll give way again in a moment. I have to take a lot of interventions, a lot more than the Minister. In contrast, who has been shielded by the Chancellor? Which types of income will be paying no additional tax after today? Well, they include those who get their income from financial assets, from stocks and shares, from sales of property, from pension income, annuity income, interest income, property rental income, inheritance income. Well, fancy that, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't doubt that the champagne glasses were clinking in Mayfair last night, toasting the Chancellor, but not in Middlesfield, not in Mansfield, not in Middlesbrough, not in South Ribble, and not in Thirsk either. 95% of the revenue that the government plans to raise from this tax bombshell comes from employment. What a contrast. Let me just make this point. What a contrast. Yesterday, Amazon reported an additional £1.9 billion worth of sales, but they're only paying £3.8 million more in corporation tax, with much of their profits diverted to Luxembourg. Yet with the changes announced yesterday, a graduate on a typical entry-level salary will now pay a marginal tax rate of almost 50%. And not a word from the Chancellor or any of his ministers about any of this. Politics is about choices. And there are other ways to raise this money. The Chancellor wants the country to believe that this sales on property, on financial assets like stocks and shares, there are no additional taxes on people getting their incomes in that way, but plenty of additional taxes on ordinary working class people. Now, the Chancellor wants the country to believe that this is the only way to do this. But the point is, it is not. The Prime Minister and Chancellor have deliberately chosen to go after those who are working hard for their money. Labour understands, I understand, how hard people work for their wages. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that the Chancellor considers the lives of people outside of this place in any detail before he takes decisions like this. The government, as the honourable member mentioned earlier, is rushing this through without publishing proper analysis of the impact on jobs, on different parts of the country and on different incomes, and not even allowing proper amendments either. And members will know that we are limited in how we can amend this bill this evening. And that's why we've put forward what we can, an amendment this evening calling for the assessment of this tax on jobs, an assessment that the Chancellor is unwilling to provide. I'll give way just twice more to my honourable friend and then to the honourable lady.
In my constituency and next door in my honourable neighbour's constituency, we have many people right at the start of their working lives paying, as she says, nearly 50% in tax after this change, very high rents in private rented sector, effectively no disposable income. Their dreams of ever owning a home are being destroyed by the members opposite. Doesn't she agree?
Well, my honourable friend speaks well of what our constituents in Leeds North West and Leeds West will be facing with that double whammy of universal credit and the national insurance increase, but in addition the other tax increases from this government. I'll take the final intervention, then I will start to wind up.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. There's obvious precedent for this national insurance rise to raise money for the National Health Service, and that's from 2003. Were Labour wrong to raise national insurance and the National Health Service in 2003?
We had a clear plan to bring down waiting lists, a plan that this government is sorely lacking, and the economic circumstances are different too. The government's tax on jobs comes at the worst possible time. Businesses create jobs and will drive our recovery. Labour are a party that are pro-worker and proudly pro-business too, and I'm proud of decisions that the former Prime Minister and Chancellor made that brought down waiting lists and walked down to their lowest ever level, targets that have never been met under 11 years of Tory government. And we want business to succeed, to invest more, to employ more, to pay more and to create more wealth. These are still precarious times, with many businesses in all of our constituencies not yet back to full capacity, and others considering how they're going to repay the loans taken on during the pandemic. What does the Chancellor and the Minister think the effect of this tax rise on jobs will be? He hasn't set it out. It could mean either an attempted squeeze on wages and conditions, even higher prices for customers, or the scaling back of recruitment and growth plans. It will affect people, and it will affect the Exchequer too. It's a false economy. And the Chancellor and Minister don't need to take my word for it. The British Chamber of Commerce describe it as a drag anchor on jobs growth and believe it will dampen the entrepreneurial spirit needed to drive the recovery. Make UK say it is ill-timed as well as illogical. The CBI, that it will directly hurt a business's ability to hire staff at a time when businesses have faced a torrid 18 months. The Federation of Small Businesses say that this increase will stifle recruitment, investment and efforts to upskill. They are joined by the trade unions. The TUC say it is wrong to hit young people and low-paid workers while leaving the wealthy untouched. We agree with those businesses and we agree with our trades unions too. They are right. This is a tax on jobs, it is a tax on the economic recovery, and we will not support it. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, let's go back to the key questions that need answering. Will this plan deliver what is promised for our health and social care sectors? No. Will it clear the NHS backlog this Parliament? Well, no. And the Health Secretary says no. Will it give social care the resources it needs for the next 3 years? No. Is there a plan to reform social care? No. Will it create more and better paid jobs in the economy? No. Is it fair across the regions? No. Will people be prevented from selling their homes to fund their care? No. Will this tax bombshell help our economic recovery? No. And is it the last tax increase in this Parliament? No. This whole thing is unravelling. No wonder that ministers are in a desperate rush to get it through. And the Chancellor, absent today. Perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, he's gone for a swim. COVID has tested the people of our country like nothing else in any of our lifetimes. After the last year and a half, the country deserves a much better future. A recovery which enhances and enriches all of our lives and in all parts of the country. Social care is a huge challenge. And there are other challenges coming too. We need to do things differently. Labour's test is simple. Does it fix the problem and does it do it in a fair way? The answer to both of these questions is no, and that is why Labour will vote against this unfair, job taxing, manifesto shredding tax bombshell this evening.
Order, order. As you can see from the enunciator, there is a 5-minute limit on all backbench contributions, and we will start with Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I rise to welcome broadly this motion? It seems to me that social care is one of those issues that parties of both colours have grappled with for many years, and yet now we are at last at a point where a government has the courage and is sensible enough to actually come forward with some realistic proposals. As to the breaking of manifesto commitments, of course, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no party wishes ever to do that. But listening to the opposition, it seems to me as if the global pandemic never occurred, as if the economy never shrank by the greatest level since 1709 and the Great Frost of that year, as if millions of jobs were never imperilled, as if this government never had to step in fiscally in a way that probably no government outside wartime has ever had to do, and with such positive effects as well. And when it comes to the honesty or otherwise of what the government has done, I think they have been upfront, very clear and very honest, and making it clear that they've broken that commitment. Unlike, I have to say, the less straightforward way in which repeatedly in this debate the opposition and the Shadow Chancellor have ducked the fundamental question: what is the opposition's alternative plan?
There isn't an alternative.
The reality is, and in response to an intervention by one of my colleagues, the Shadow Chancellor, when asked why Labour had supported an increase in national insurance in 2003, said, well, we had a plan. Well, I humbly remind her that that was 18 years ago. And what we need to see now is a plan from the opposition as well as the critics. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
He and I have known each other for a very long time. I just hope he could explain to my constituents why it is right that practically everybody in the Rhondda would have to sell their home to meet the £86,000, whereas next to nobody would have to do so in his constituency.
Firstly, the right honourable gentleman's knowledge of my constituency is obviously rather deficient, because I suspect there are many characteristics of mine that are shared in common with his. I don't dispute the fact that any major fiscal move, such as putting up national insurance and bringing in this levy in this manner, will have complexities and difficulties associated with it. And my pledge to the House is that the Treasury Select Committee will, I'm sure after private discussion, decide that we wish to look more closely at a number of the issues that there are being raised in this debate, including the one that the honourable gentleman has raised. But let's be honest about the options that were available to the Treasury. How could we have squared the circle and funded £10 billion plus per year? The first thing the Treasury could have done is to seek to cut expenditure in other areas. And yet I've no doubt that if they came forward with any proposals of that nature, the opposition would have fiercely resisted that as austerity all over again. And we have to understand that in the current projections going forward, there are many unfunded commitments, including, for example, keeping our railways going forward, net zero, additional funding that will be needed for school catch-up, and so on. The second area would be to rely... I will take the honourable gentleman's intervention.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. Given his experience on the Treasury Select Committee, would he not agree that a tax hike of this scale could be, if it was necessary, could be much more fairly and equitably carried out if the tax burden was spread across a number of different taxes, rather than 100% of the burden being landed on one single narrowly based tax?
Okay. Well, I will come back to the honourable gentleman's very point in a moment, but if I could just stick with the options, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The second option was to lean into growth, to assume that we could grow our way out of this problem. We've just had a huge contraction of the economy. We are not yet back up to the level that we were pre the pandemic, although the Bank of England thinks we may arrive at that point sometime towards the end of this year. And we have many headwinds to growth ahead of us, not least the bottlenecks in supply chains, the labour shortages in certain areas that we've witnessed, and many other issues. The third thing that the Treasury could have done is to borrow more money, and that's probably what the opposition would have done in this situation. And despite the fact that the Bank of England now seems to feel, and I suspect the OBR will confirm around the time of the budget, that there is more money because the economy is doing a bit better than we expected, by probably about a tune of 25 billion. It would be a very brave Chancellor indeed. He started to borrow yet more and yet more, knowing that one day it is possible that the markets might turn around and look at the United Kingdom and decide that they no longer have confidence to lend to us. That would be a very dark day, and that is the sword of Damocles that is, I won't actually because I'm going to be very long time, sword of Damocles that hangs regularly over the head of our Chancellor. So that leads you to taxation. And if you look at taxation and the amounts involved here, there are only 3 taxes that you could look at. About 2/3 of all taxes raised through income tax, national insurance and VAT. And then you ask yourself, what criteria are we going to apply
to the tax measures to test whether they're the right ones or not. I say there are at least two. One is that we should look after the least advantaged in our society, the lowest paid. And the second is that we should look after those that are youngest, who have borne the greatest brunt of the economic consequence of the pandemic. I won't now, I'm very short of time. The younger generations, who we are looking to some significant degree to fund predominantly the needs of elderly people and social care. And if you look at those taxes, income tax rises would have been very progressive, there's no doubt about that. We would have had about twice the level of increase that we're looking at with national insurance to have raised the same amount of money. And the point that's been made by the Minister at the dispatch box, that I think we need a UK-wide solution to this, not one based on income tax, where, of course, elements of income tax are devolved to other nations across the United Kingdom. With VAT, if we were putting up VAT, that would be hugely regressive, particularly in terms of at the level of income received rather than expenditure. And I think that would therefore have been wrong. We're also up at 20%, I think, near the upper limit of where VAT should be in terms of the distortionary consequences of going further. And that leads you, therefore, inevitably to national insurance, just what Labour were led to in 2003. The original proposal, it seems to me, failed both of my tests. I think if we just put up national insurance, it would have been regressive, it would have hit the poorest hardest. But what is right about the Chancellor's approach is he has extended it to those beyond the state retirement age, and he has extended it to those who are receiving income by way of dividends. And that is a critical move that makes this, I think, in general, the right approach. There are, of course, many issues that the committee no doubt will be looking at. One of them is that a regrettable consequence of the increase in the employer's national insurance rate is that it will exacerbate the so-called three people problem, whereby the different tax treatment of the employed, the self-employed, and those receiving income through their own company will be widened, with consequences for IR35. I'm out of time, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I support this motion today. Thank you.
Front bench contribution, Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start this afternoon by giving the UK Government some credit. They are absolute masters of illusion and deflection. Trying to get them to simply answer a question is like pinning jelly to a wall. And their ministers are astonishingly unperturbed by going out to argue for policies which entirely contradict the cast-iron promises they made when they stood for election. We on the SNP benches are clear that raising national insurance is a blunt tool to fund social care, likely to disproportionately hit young people and lower earners. And our SNP Amendment A would have forced the UK Tory government to come clean on the distributional impact of this policy. Mr Deputy Speaker, we would love to be able to amend the motion more broadly, but as the Honourable Member from Rhondda pointed out earlier, we have limitations in our ability to do so this afternoon, which is hugely frustrating. Our amendment therefore covers the impact by age, because we know that young people will be affected the worst. By income, because we know that national insurance is regressive and will hammer lower earners. By wealth, because those with unearned incomes stand to be the big winners, and the key political motive here appears to be for the Tories to bail out their well-heeled voters against losing their inheritance. On place of residence, because this is a UK tax for an English policy crisis, and within England, the Resolution Foundation is clear that this policy will benefit the South East the most. It's no surprise to me that the UK Tory government's national insurance hike and the back of a fag packet plan announced yesterday are already drawing criticism from all sides. The Telegraph and the Mirror, the Cabinet and the backbenches, even three, of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a number of very important points. An anonymous member of the Cabinet is quoted in the Telegraph as being very critical of this policy and saying if you get all your income from investments and property, you don't pay a penny, but if you work your guts out for the minimum wage, you get clobbered. Can she hazard a guess as to what the Tories have against taxing unearned income?
Yes, I would be very curious to know why that is. And I was going to go on to read out the very quote that she had mentioned, because even three former Conservative leaders, including a former Prime Minister and three former Chancellors, have spoken out against this move. And to complete the quote that she said, this person, this anonymous member of the Conservative Party, said putting up national insurance would be morally, economically and politically wrong. It went on to say that after all that's happened in the last 18 months, they can't seriously be thinking of a tax raid on supermarket workers and nurses so the children of Surrey homeowners can receive bigger inheritances. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, yes indeed they are.
Will my colleague give way?
I will give way, yes.
I thank my colleague for giving way. Is it not the case that the talk is about making life better for social care staff, but actually they're exactly the people who will lose £1,000 a year in the universal credit cut and will now face this extra cost?
Hear, hear. My honourable friend is absolutely right. It's the people that least can afford this, and it's the people that have worked the hardest through this pandemic that this government should be thanking, not taxing. We're being asked to vote today on measures which the IFS have described as better than doing nothing, which is about as charitable analysis as is possible of this policy. Very few people would dispute the need for action in health and social care in England. However, an increase in the national insurance contributions is not the fairest way to go about it. And I'd be interested to know why he thinks it's fair for his constituents.
Well, I'm grateful. I mean, she references the IFS, and she'll know the IFS has noted that over the last 10 years, health spend in Scotland has grown by 1.2% compared to in England, which has grown by 3.6% on a like-for-like basis. So it surely is astonishing that you're going to be voting against £1 billion of extra investment for Scotland's NHS.
What he fails to understand here is we are starting from very different points. He doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't understand it. The response for anti-poverty and equality groups has been absolutely damning. The Women's Budget Group has said, we believe there's a fairer way to fund social care. This is because, as they currently stand, NICs are more regressive than income tax, with a lower threshold at which payments start and a higher rate threshold beyond which employees pay a lower rate. The Resolution Foundation has described the policy as generationally unfair, and Paul Johnson of the IFS has said it remains the case that pensioners will pay next to nothing for this social care package, overwhelmingly to be paid by working-age employees. And I'll take the intervention.
There are many ways that, of course, this could have been made progressive. One of the ways, of course, is to look at the upper threshold for national insurance, of which is not being addressed by this, and it now means that a young graduate will have a marginal tax rate higher than a rich Conservative earning on one of those benches across there.
He makes an excellent point. And for young people who have perhaps struggled through this year, who have graduated and are going out into the world of work, this is a real hammer blow to their prospects. Many families are already facing a historic £1,040 cut to their annual income, staring down the barrel of impending cuts to universal credit and working tax credit. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation have described this new levy as adding insult to injury. The New Economics Foundation have calculated that 2.5 million working households will be affected by the £20 a week cut to universal credit and the increase in national insurance, on average losing out by £1,290 in the next financial year. Working households, Mr Deputy Speaker, doing their very best to put food on the table, to support their children, and this cruel UK Tory government caused the legs from under them. This policy will also, if you can explain why it's fair to the families that have been working so hard, I would be glad to.
I'm very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wonder whether she's popped out to the Vote Office and picked up this distributional analysis that the government's published, showing the impact across the deciles of income in this country. It just doesn't bear out what she's saying. I'd encourage anybody out there to pick up this analysis and have a look at it.
Well, there are different analyses that I have seen from the New Economics Foundation, and I would urge them to look at that, because it gives a very different picture to the one that the government is presenting here today. And I think that's why we need to have more analysis of this policy before the government goes forward with it. And it will also impact, Mr Deputy Speaker, upon our recovery from this pandemic. Businesses who have weathered such a challenging year have spoken out in the strongest of terms against it. The Federation of Small Businesses have called the national insurance hike anti-job, anti-small business, anti-startup, pointing out that the increase to national insurance will stifle recruitment, investment and efforts to upskill and improve productivity in the years ahead.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way on that point. Is she worried that this government appears to be increasing taxes at a far earlier stage of the economic recovery from the pandemic than other similar economies are doing?
She's absolutely correct, and they've learnt nothing. They have learnt nothing from the austerity that caused so much damage from the last crash. They are about to repeat these mistakes, and those in the lowest incomes are again going to be the most hammered from it. The Institute of Directors have called this hike political opportunism and highlighted the tax and dividends which will hit sole traders and small company directors, many of whom were completely and unjustifiably excluded from UK Government support during the pandemic. It really does rub salt on the wounds, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way on that excellent point. In my experience in my constituency in Reading, many of the same families are affected, and she's been very wise in pointing that out. I would like to reiterate that point. It appears to me that the same group of people, very hard-working, many of them key workers, many with small businesses, are being affected disproportionately by this unfair tax rise. At the same time, it is not solving the fundamental problems with social care.
Absolutely. It does nothing to resolve either of those issues, and it makes it all the harder for those people that have suffered so hard during the pandemic, those people that have been excluded from support, to get back on their feet and bring money back into the economy again. It makes absolutely no economic sense whatsoever. And of course, this unjust effect of the national insurance hike will be compounded in Scotland, because the Prime Minister is proposing that Scottish tax contributions are used to fund England-only policies. Now, my constituents and people across Scotland are generous people, and I'm sure very few of them would grudge the principle of funding the NHS and fixing social care after the pandemic, if indeed they had any faith that this government here were capable of fixing anything. So as things stand, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scots, Welsh, Northern Irish stand to be taxed twice. Firstly, for the health and social care system that they actually receive by their own governments, and then again for the NHS and social care in England, for services that they don't have access to, and where money, more often than not, appears to be squandered on dodgy contracts and cronyism scandals. And we know from the Internal Market Bill and from other Tory Brexit legislation that we cannot trust those in the government benches to respect our hard-won devolution. And I am not at all in the slightest reassured by the talk yesterday from the Prime Minister on directing money raised from the new levy into health and social care services in Scotland. I will.
I'm extremely grateful to her for giving way, and I think she's making a very important point here. Is she aware of any discussions that were held between Treasury ministers and Scottish ministers in her party, or Labour ministers in the Welsh Government? Because it seems to me what we're having here is the British Government using a UK-wide tax to fund English priorities.
He's absolutely correct on this front. These are not our priorities. We already have these services in our own nations. If the honourable members on the other side would just calm down for a little minute. I will try and bring them in at some point. I want other people to get in to make their speeches. Geese peace. It's not for the Prime Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, or anybody else on the UK Government to direct how devolved budgets are spent. The Ways and Means resolution ties the money to NHS Scotland, not to our democratically elected Scottish Parliament and Government, and a further undermining of decision-making and a lack of understanding of how these services are provided in Scotland. We have had no assurance from the UK Tory Government about the extent of Barnett consequentials that will be generated from the spending, and I seek clarity on that today. We on these benches cannot support measures which are so manifestly unfair to our constituents and where the financial consequences amount to a pig and a poke. And the Resolution Foundation has pointed out that while health spending may go up, spending in other departments such as local government have gone down compared to pre-pandemic plans. Local government, of course, provides a significant proportion of the social care that the Tories in the benches opposite, who would do better to wheesh and listen than to chat away in the corner. They claim to care about. I think you've done more talking in this place than you have listening, and it would be useful if you'd sit down. The spending cuts, Mr Deputy Speaker, will have an impact on Barnett consequentials, and it would be just like this Tory government to appear to give with one hand while picking Scotland's pockets with the other. A new Tory poll tax which punishes those on the lowest incomes is being forced upon Scotland by a government we didn't vote for. And if he wants to explain this to his constituents, I'd be very glad to hear it.
Honourable Lady for giving way. She's been making a very serious speech with lots of very pertinent points, many of which I disagree with. But the fact is we've come to the crux of the matter, because this action by this government will actually deliver over £1 billion of extra funding to Scotland's National Health Service. And the fact is that the real reason they oppose this motion today is that they would rather the Scotland's NHS was poorer rather than Scotland benefited from being a part of this United Kingdom. That is the fact.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we already spend more per head in the NHS than is spent in England. We already have better services in Scotland than we have in England. And this is an entirely regressive form of taxation that does nothing for his constituents and it does nothing for mine. Mr Deputy Speaker, some have said, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will.
I would just like to highlight with my honourable friend that Scotland already spends 43% more per head on social care, and that allows us to be the only nation that delivers free personal care and has extended it to people under 65. That was why we raised the extra penny on tax. Scots are already paying for that, and they're already gaining from that. That should be controlled by the Scottish Parliament.
My honourable friend speaks the absolute truth on this issue, and she's absolutely correct to do so, because there is a huge contrast between what is being proposed in the government benches and what's already being delivered in Scotland. And some have said, well, what's your alternative? Well, fixing England's social care crisis is not for the SNP to decide, quite frankly. Having heard evidence on the Communities and Local Government Select Committee when I sat on that some years ago, I know that successive UK governments have failed to act. They have ignored the evidence as difficulties mounted, and now the Prime Minister has come to this House in haste, shamelessly using COVID as cover. So I will give way, because we served in the local government committee together.
Very grateful. Just in terms of the sufficiency of social care budgets in Scotland, there is now an 11-week wait in parts of Scotland for discharges from hospital into a care home. Is she honestly saying she doesn't need extra resources in the Scottish health and social care?
Audit Scotland have said he's increased it.
What I would say to him is that he should look for the comparative figures in his own constituency. I am not saying for one second, and I would not do, that everything in Scotland is absolutely perfect, but we are making good progress and we intend to make more progress on that. Now, the social care funding announced by the government may amount in the end to as little as 20% raised by this tax hike, and not even for a few years. The British Association of Social Workers has said that this raises more questions than answers, and they feel that they need the funding for services right now, not at some point in the future. The early analysis across the board today demonstrates that the sheen is already coming off this policy. And in contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, the SNP has used its time in government to introduce health and social care integration, to introduce self-directed support and the Carers Act. We have a health and social care partnerships on the ground working away to deliver more integrated services to our constituents. Free personal care has been available in Scotland for adults aged 65 or over since 2002, extended in 2019, as my honourable friend said, to people of all ages who require it. The Scottish Government's programme for government yesterday set out the timetable for establishing our National Care Service, the most significant public service reform since the creation of the NHS. Mr Deputy Speaker, a Westminster power grab on devolved healthcare and the democratic institutions of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, taxing our people to pay for their chaotic mishandling of health and social care in England, undermining our recovery by putting a tax on employers, punishing working people in low pay by cutting their universal credit and hiking taxes on their meagre wages. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is no union dividend, as the Prime Minister likes to claim. It is a union dead end, and the people of Scotland must have the choice to take the fastest road out of here to independence.
Jake Berry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I start by congratulating the government on grappling with what I think is a really difficult issue, and is actually probably the issue for our generation to deal with, about how we ensure that older people have dignity in their old age and how we deal with an ageing population. But I don't believe the way we are proposing to do it through national insurance is the correct way. There are three reasons that I think that it will be particularly damaging to areas like the ones I represent. The first is that we are an area with low incomes. The lower your income, as a proportion of that income, the more you pay in national insurance. And of course, the national insurance rate above 50,000 before these changes is just 2%. So those on lowest incomes pay the most proportionately in national insurance. The second reason is we're an area with low property values. And while an £86,000 cap on contributions, or even a £100,000 asset floor, may be the right thing for other areas of the country, it would mean in my constituency, where the average property prices are just about £170,000, £180,000, that by the time you hit that asset damping floor of 100,000, you would have had to pay the equivalent of 50% of your property value in care home fees.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
Of course I will.
Thank my honourable friend for his contribution in this really important point, which is one that I share and have been grappling with since this was announced yesterday. Do you agree with me that it would be really wonderful to hear from the government that they may consider looking at regional disparities in house prices to actually set this income floor?
Well, what a brilliant suggestion, what I was about to make myself. But anyway, so I think there are real things for the government to think about both the 86,000 contribution and regional house prices when looking at that damping floor. And also we are an area with historically high unemployment. And national insurance, as we have all called it during election campaigns, is of course a jobs tax. It is a disincentive on creating new jobs, and for those people already in work, it will see things like pay rises suspended as the wage bill goes up for employers just for employing people in their business. And that's why I think national insurance is the wrong tax to do for the people in my constituency. They are hit just as hard by this appalling social care issue as anywhere else, but for us, I would have much preferred it if the government had looked at income tax, as the chair of the Treasury Select Committee said himself would be much less regressive. Of course I'll give way.
Thank you. Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And my constituency has similar house prices, so I know my constituents share these concerns. But on the point of income tax, the advantage of taking this tax from national insurance is that the cost is shared between workers and between businesses. The smaller businesses are not going to pay for reasons that the Minister has already given. So is this actually not a better way of sharing the cost across business and employees that will actually affect lower earners in our constituencies less than the alternative to using income tax?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for making the point. I don't agree with her because I don't think we have to consign ourselves to one tax to deal with this issue. So it's perfectly possible to put up income tax, which is a much fairer way of taxing people across the income scale, and of course picks up wealthy pensioners who have a very large pension, picks up dividend income, picks up rental income, which the front bench, it picks up all of our income, while at the same time looking at different ways to tax business. I've said I think we should have an online sales tax, an Amazon tax as it's called, which the Treasury have previously said could release about £2 billion. That's not enough, but we could increase employers' NI only. We could increase corporation tax. This problem needs to be tackled with a cocktail of funding, not just one. And if you're going to use just one tax, I don't believe NI is the correct one. No, I'm sorry, I won't give way. I have given way twice. But I do want to congratulate the government for trying to look at some of those concerns that many colleagues in northern constituencies have about that low income, high unemployment and low property values, and congratulate them on raising the floor to 100,000. I think it goes some way to dealing with the issues that many of us have, but certainly from my point of view doesn't solve them. The second point I wish to make is that I'm also just very concerned that this tax is not really a health and social care tax, it's actually a Trojan horse for an NHS tax. And the government says itself that in the first few years of this tax, nigh on 100% of it is going to go to support the NHS, quite rightly. The NHS does need more money. But if it's an NHS tax, which will be hypothecated and listed on your payslip, then call it that. Don't call it a health and social care tax, because it's to fund the NHS. And when the time comes to move the money from the NHS over to health and social care, what government of any political hue is going to cut £12 billion from the NHS budget? So if you create an NHS tax, you have an NHS tax forever. It will never go down. It can only go up. No party is ever going to stand at an election saying, I've got a good idea, vote for me, I'll cut the NHS tax. So I just think there's huge danger for us in creating such a hypothecated tax and having it on people's pay slips. It is fundamentally unconservative, And in the long term, it will massively damage the prospects of our party, because we will never outbid the Labour Party in the arms race of an NHS tax. And that's why I don't think this is the right way to do it. I also am really concerned that as a Conservative, I believe the way to better fund public services is to grow the economy, make the cake bigger. This change makes the cake smaller because it's a job tax. And not even that. If you live in a low wage, low property price, high unemployment economy, you get a smaller slice of it at the end of the day. A smaller cake and a smaller slice. So I hope the government will take the opportunity to think again. And I'll say this, I welcome the new money for the NHS, but throwing other people's money down a bottomless pit doesn't become a good idea if you put the NHS logo next to it. So if we are going to fund the NHS, if we are going to give them more money, before you ask this House and us as Member of Parliament to approve it, show us the plan. We cannot measure the NHS by what goes into it. We have to measure it by what comes out of the other end. And for those reasons, with a heavy heart, I won't be supporting the government this evening.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to seeing the honourable gentleman for Rossendale and Darwen in the division lobbies tonight. What we witnessed yesterday was a budget in all but name. It was a budget sprung on this House with minimal warning, a budget leaked to friendly newspapers over the weekend, but with scant detail available to members of this House, in a statement full of the deliberate obfuscations which have come to define this most slippery and unreliable of Prime Ministers. And today the government is attempting to bounce it through the House before their own backbenchers rise up in revolt. Some things are abundantly clear, despite the government's attempted sleight of hand. This announcement cynically breaks a guarantee personally signed by the Prime Minister at the last election that he would not put national insurance contributions up. One of two solemn manifesto promises and pledges he tore up yesterday, which makes me ask why anyone should believe what any future Tory election pledge says ever again. Whilst proclaiming that the Conservatives are the party of low taxation, they've ushered in the largest tax rise in generations and now preside over a country with the largest percentage tax take in peacetime. But it's not a fair tax system. It continues the shift in tax liabilities away from those who make their income from owning assets to those who work. It exacerbates the three-body problem with self-employment, encouraging evasion, and it leaves wealth largely unscathed. It will exacerbate the unfairness and inequality which scars our society and was highlighted by the COVID pandemic's unequal effect on the poor and the vulnerable. Mr Deputy Speaker, this tax hike has been presented by the government as an historic move to fix the social care system. But in reality, it is nothing of the sort. A mere 15%. I will give way.
Lady for giving way. If she's so against this increase in national insurance, why did she vote for it in 2003? And can she say what happened to NHS productivity as a result for the decade that succeeded it? Because I can, and it wasn't pretty.
Well, we had the Wanless report, we had rising real wages, we had a buoyant economy, we did a lot of work with civil society and community before we did the rise. We didn't just pull it out of a hat like a rabbit, and it led to a 6% increase per year in funding for the NHS, not the 3.5 that this leads to. So I'm happy to give way.
The members outlined the effect on the vulnerable and the effect on employment, which also accept that this is going to affect young people hard as well. People who can't afford to purchase a house yet are going to be taxed to ensure that people who have an asset are protected.
The honourable gentleman makes a very important point, especially given the effect of on those young people who are having to repay the student loans that they took out, which takes their effective marginal tax rate close to 50%. We have to look at the fairness of that. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not a plan to reform social care. A mere 15% of the extra £36 billion raised in the next 3 years is even earmarked for social care, and the mechanisms by which that will actually be dispensed are unclear, but vital to any prospect for an improved outcome, and they were so unclear, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister couldn't give us any insight into them during his opening remarks. This new money will not be available until 2023, and it will therefore not help a single family struggling now with the catastrophic cost of paying for their loved ones' access to social care. Not a single one. It's far from certain that the NHS will not simply swallow up all the money allocated from the tax increase to try to tackle the backlogs caused by the government cuts and exacerbated by the effects of the COVID pandemic in the NHS. This new money will not make up for the huge cuts that this government have been responsible for making to the social care system in the last 11 years. Age Concern estimate that 1.5 million people in need of care have been denied it as a result of the 7.5% per head cut in funding which this government has delivered since it was first elected in 2010. And the burden has fallen on family members and unpaid carers, many of whom have had to put their lives on hold to deliver care to loved ones with little or no support. The huge cuts to local authorities over the same period have stretched the care system beyond breaking point, and yet the Prime Minister had nothing to say about any of that yesterday. No, because I would run out of time. This isn't, Mr Deputy Speaker, a plan for social care, even though the Prime Minister is claiming it is. The system needs fundamental reform, and this is tinkering at the edges. A real reform of social care would involve wholesale change from top to bottom. It would deal with those who require care now, not ignore them and their needs, as the government have done. There's nothing for them in the Prime Minister's announcement. A real reform would have a plan for care workers and their future, training, career progression, decent pay, an end to 0 hours contracts and low minimum wage remuneration, and 15-minute appointments with no pay for the time it takes to drive from one client to another, fragmented contracts which wreck lives. At the moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are 112,000 vacancies in the care sector, and staff turnover is 34% a year. This indicates the need for fundamental reform. Pay for working in an Amazon warehouse or a supermarket is higher than for caring, and surely that is wrong. The COVID pandemic and the shameful betrayal of care workers and those who require care, which unfolded in the first wave of COVID-19, told us all we needed to know about the ramshackle nature of a system that this government has allowed to teeter on the verge of collapse for the last 11 years. The Prime Minister's announcements are totally inadequate to the scale of the task. If there really was a plan to fix social care, all those who work in care got out of the Prime Minister's statement is a tax rise and no pay increase. Those trying to access care now got nothing. Those trying to provide domiciliary care weren't even mentioned, and neither were the growing army of carers. Protecting the assets of those needing to access care for long periods isn't a substitute for fundamental reform of the system. It's not a plan for social care. It's a sign that the government is dodging a long overdue and unnecessary reform. The Prime Minister's so-called plan breaks election promises, is half-baked, inadequate and unjust.
Paul Bristow.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise as a member of the Health and Social Care Select Committee to support this measure today. And as I do so, I'd like to direct members' attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Financial Interests. So I sit on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, and at the committee we heard from 2 patients only yesterday morning who talked very clearly about the delays that they faced accessing care in the NHS. The first was a lady called Shirley Cochrane, who very sadly had an aggressive form of breast cancer. During her time on an NHS waiting list, waiting for treatment, she felt alone, she felt that she wasn't listened to, and she didn't get the attention that she needed. The second was a gentleman called James Wilkinson. He had myocarditis, a condition that I know a little bit about myself, having had that condition in the past. And again, while waiting for an aortic valve replacement surgery, had that cancelled 3 times. Mr Deputy Speaker, we do face an enormous challenge. At the same committee, we heard from the Health Foundation that talked about the enormous sums that will be needed to solve this backlog. They also talked about the number of consultants, NHS staff, nurses that will be needed to increase capacity in our NHS. And members opposite, honourable members opposite, need to understand that if we're going to do this, face up to the enormous challenge that our NHS and social care system is facing, it has to be paid for. It can't just be borrowed. And if they've got a better way of paying for this, they need to outline that now. But I also say the lady from the Health Foundation yesterday, when she was giving evidence to our committee, said 3 things were needed to resolve the backlog. And those 3 things were more money, more capacity, and a plan. Now, I've been involved in health politics now for probably 15 to 20 years, and every single review that I've seen the NHS conduct, it needs more money, it needs more staff, and it needs a plan. And that's happened under Labour governments, and it's happened under Conservative governments. So if we are going to go ahead with this plan, a plan that I support, we need to ensure that that goes with reform and innovation too. I'll happily give way.
Would he accept, with his wealth of experience in the health politics, that we do not know, because the Secretary of State for Health has not outlined how many of all the people on waiting lists will actually be seen and dealt with, and that this is a bit of a blank cheque?
Well, we're not going to approach that backlog unless we have the money, the capacity to fund it. And it needs to go hand in hand with what I said, which is innovation, new pathways, new ways of working. Again, I remember talking to someone who told me that we've had 3 years worth of innovation in the NHS in just 3 months. And that was a pandemic that caused that. New ways of working, new pathways adopted. And these new pathways can be adopted. And again, in my experience, every time we've talked about innovation in our NHS, every time we've talked about new pathways, there's been accelerated access reviews, there's been innovation health and wealth reports, there's been the new life sciences strategy, and all of them talk about innovation and new ways of doing things in our NHS. But they need to be spread at pace and at scale. There is no excuse not to do this now. If it works in one part of the NHS, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's going to work in another. And culturally, the NHS needs to grasp that nettle, spread that innovation, new ways of doing things, so we can get productivity and outcomes for patients. Now is the time to do that. Of course I'll give it.
Back to social care. The Select Committee, which is a member of, the Health and Social Care Select Committee last autumn, estimated that there was a gap in funding in social care of £3.9 billion. That was the figure from the Select Committee. I presume that he agreed with that report. Can he explain, therefore, how this levy is going to deliver £3.9 billion a year for social care? Because I haven't seen any figures which show that at all.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, what I will say, what's not going to give the £3.9 billion is no plan. Yes. And that's what members opposite have indicated today. There is no plan. This is a significant tax increase. I'm a Conservative. I don't like tax increases. But I also understand that this great, enormous thing seemed to happen before the last manifesto, and now. And it was a global pandemic. And people have got opposite. Members opposite seem to have missed the fact that it was a global pandemic and that we need to shorten waiting lists, we need to do something about it, and we need to correct it. No, I've given way twice now, and I'd like to continue, because there's another really, really important point I want to make. Because yes, this tax and this levy needs to be accompanied by reform. And there's a health reform bill going through at the moment, which is really, really important. But one of the reasons we're able to power through elective waiting lists was because of the way incentives are geared within the system. We pay for care by a system called tariff. And I would just urge honourable members on the front bench and others to think very carefully about how we're actually going to pay for elective procedures in our NHS. Because any system like tariff needs to be able to ensure, quite honestly, that hospitals are paid properly for the procedures that they're doing. There needs to be the proper incentives to deal with hip and knees, cataracts, hernia operations, the big operations like this, which will be the majority of the backlog, as well as the cancer, the heart conditions and everything else. If we're not able to find the right systems, the right levers within our NHS system to make sure we can power through those elective procedures, then we're not going to be able to solve some of the more kind of serious operations at the end of it. Things like innovation tariffs as well, I think, would also help to try and encourage new ways of doing things. We can't have a system where financially trusts and our NHS are not incentivised to do the things they need to do, become more productive. They can't look at short-term financial measures when what we really need are those incentives to make sure that they do the right thing. So I will be marching through the lobby supporting the government today, because this is really important. If we don't grasp the nettle of NHS reform backed by finance, so our NHS staff also have the bandwidth, I've given away a few times, also got the bandwidth to deal with the reform that's needed, and that bandwidth is capacity and money. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to borrow more, we're going to spend more in the long term, and this everlasting round of more staff, more money, and a plan is going to go on and on and on. So I urge honourable members to support this bill, support this measure today, and support the government.
Clive Batts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to try and address the issue about the social care plan and what it's actually going to do. I think it's pretty obvious that there has been a major funding crisis in local government in the last 10 years. Local councils have had bigger cuts to their budgets than any other part of the public sector, around 30%. Councils of all political persuasions... yes, I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend, and he is absolutely right to draw the importance to local government, unlike the minister who barely acknowledged their existence. Will my honourable friend agree that the last decade of ideological austerity cuts by this government has meant local government budgets have been slashed by up to 50%, directly contributing to the crisis we are in?
Well, I've made my position clear about the extent to which local government has been unfairly cut compared with other parts of the public sector. Now, what has happened? How have local councils across the piece of all political persuasions, I think, have done a brilliant job in the last few years of protecting their communities. They've done it by giving priority to social care, but that has still meant real terms cuts as the demographics of more older people, more people with learning disabilities living longer, and increasing costs and demands for children's social care. Actually, the latter two have gone up faster than the demands for elderly care in the last few years. But to protect those, and still there have been real terms cuts, so there's 1 million more elderly people now not getting care who would have received it. Other services, parks, libraries, buses, highway safety have all been cut by up to 50% in local authorities up and down the country. We're asking our constituents over and over again to pay increased council tax, often for care services they are not receiving when the rest of the services they do get are being cut to shreds. That is the reality. And as both parties from the LGA said to our Select Committee, you can't sort the funding problems in local government out without sorting the funding problems in social care. That is the reality. So, we're going to have a Select Committee inquiry. We're in the middle of it now, and we'll be taking evidence from ministers. I hope ministers can start to explain to us at that inquiry how the care plan, supposedly here, is going to solve that problem. Our Select Committee, the Health and Social Care Select Committee, have had estimates that the funding gap for social care alone is between £2.5 and £4 billion a year, and that doesn't do anything to restore the services to the level they should be at, or to deal with the real problems of low pay, which eventually is going to destroy the service because we won't be able to recruit the people from jobs like Amazon when the alternatives pay so much more. That is simply the reality. But I come back, how much money, ministers, is actually in this package from the levy? I come back to paragraph 36. I'm going to go on about it because it's the only bit in here which talks about money. £5.5 billion over 3 years. The gap is between £2.5 and £4 billion a year. Yet, we know that has to fund the cap and floor system, which is going to be at least half that, maybe more. The £500 million for workforce training, which is welcome. I accept that. So what the money here goes nowhere near to funding the current gap, let alone to bringing about any improvements or bringing people into the social care system who are currently being excluded. It just doesn't do it. And just read what the government says, their own words. We will ensure local authorities have access to sustainable funding for core budgets at the spending review. That's what the Minister said. It's going to be the spending review, isn't it? That's when we're going to get all revealed. But this is the key bit. We expect demographic and unit cost pressures will be met through council tax social care precept. We've had 5% council tax increases year on year, and a lot of it's been to fund social care. So we're going to get it again, are we? Above inflation council tax increases, and if we talk about the regressive nature of national insurance payments, then council tax is regressive now as well. That is the reality. Yes, I will give way, because I think the honourable member is going to ask me about a 2018 report. Am I guessing him correctly?
You're absolutely right. And he makes, as always, he makes some very good points, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time on the Select Committee with him. But we did 2 reports into social care. We did make that recommendation in 2018, which was a future funding social care through national insurance system. Does he still support that recommendation?
Yes, but can I just say to the honourable member, it was a slightly different recommendation to what the government's proposing now. We talked in our report, and I've got it here just by chance. I thought I might ask the question. We talked about hiring the rate at which national insurance will be paid to cover the points that the honourable member for Rossendale made about low-paid areas. We talked about paying it right the way up the income scale. We talked about extending it to pensions and unearned income. And we also talked about not being paid for by the under-40s, who've been really badly hit by this pandemic, and we ought to be doing our best to protect them. We also said, and it's paragraph 95, and it's a really important point, that people shouldn't have to sell their homes to pay for social care. Absolutely right. What we proposed instead, and we all agreed to this, we recommended a specific additional amount of inheritance tax should be levied. And I think that's actually a lot fairer system, where people pay according to the value of their home, not that people in, again, constituencies like the honourable member for Rossendale, where house prices are relatively low, end up paying a bigger percentage of their home to fund care than people in areas with higher house prices. So I actually do stand by it, because it's a different proposal to the one that the government is now putting forward. But I will come back to the point to the Minister. There is a crisis in social care. Look, we've all got it. We all have our constituents come to us, begging for social care. Really concerned, yes, about having to sell their home, but sometimes just not being able to get into a care home, not being able to get the care at home they need, because most social care should be delivered in the home where people live as well. And the reality is there simply is not a proposal in this plan, so-called plan, to give local authorities the money that's needed to both fund the existing gap and to extend social care to the many people who've been denied it with the cuts over the last few years. And what's more, the alternatives will be bigger rises in council tax, and the government's almost signalled that out in this report, or further cuts, devastating cuts, to other services which most of our constituents receive who don't get social care but have to pay for it. I just think this is a recipe for disaster, and eventually when it works through, everyone will see that there's no plan for social care here, because there's no funding for social care that will deliver the sort of social care system we all want to see.
Sir Edward Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you are a low-tax Conservative, it is relatively easy to attack this measure. Indeed, I could spend my entire 5 minutes attacking it, and I could quote the fates of previous Conservative governments, whether led by President George Bush in America or John Major here, who have put up taxes dramatically, although in the case of John Major, during a recession, and have been punished at the poll. It's relatively easy to attack this measure. It's much more difficult to provide an alternative. The manifesto point needn't be laboured. Labour produced a manifesto with all sorts of spending promises in 2005. Arguably, they had more chance of foreseeing the global crash in the markets which followed during that Parliament than we ever had in foreseeing a pandemic. So I don't think that the manifesto attack holds water. Many people will feel aggrieved, and this is where I declare an interest. It's always been a principle that once you reach pensionable age, obviously you get your state pension, you don't go on paying national insurance contributions. And a constituent has written to me rather angrily saying that I'm now 68, I stopped paying them at the age of 65, and now you're asking me to pay them again. But of course, that's a fair point, but it meets the challenge of why should we subsidise pensioners at the same time as we are increasing national insurance contributions on the young. So again, it's easy to attack, but difficult to come up with an alternative. The point about London and the South East, again, it's an easy point of attack. You can buy a very pleasant house in my constituency for under 100,000. It wouldn't buy you a shoebox in London. So are we actually subsidising people who own £1 million houses in London? They can spend £30, 30 years in a care home, and they can pay a very small proportion of that because they can leave £900,000 to their children. So all these attacks can be made. But what is the alternative? This is what I ask the Labour Party, and they won't be a credible alternative government unless they come up with a plan. And I'll give way happily now to any Labour MP who says, right, well, I don't want to increase national insurance contribution, I shall increase income tax.
Oh, it's a Lib Dem. It's a Lib Dem.
I'm struggling to understand the argument of the opposite benches. In 2016, 350 million per week were promised to the NHS once we leave the European Union. We have left the European Union now. What has happened to the £18 billion? Shouldn't the NHS automatically expect that money since on the 1st of January we have left the European Union?
Well, it's very nice to be intervened on by somebody who has no chance of forming a government. I'm afraid all this talk of wealth tax or of taxing dividends doesn't even begin to meet the problem. And if you have a wealth tax, what of two old-age pensioners who have virtually no income, but they just have an asset, a capital asset? Is that fair? Yes, of course.
Would he accept that this may be a fairer system if those in receipt of a pension but not working were asked to contribute to it in some way? Because people going to work in Tesco's in Haslingden, in the Honourable Lady's constituency, but on the border between our two constituencies, who are struggling to buy school shoes for their kids or pay their mortgage, why should they pay so a relatively well-off pensioner doesn't have to?
Yeah. Can I just say to my honourable friend that he gave one of the best speeches of this afternoon? Yeah. Thoughtful, incisive, and at least he's trying to develop an alternative argument. Yes. But the government, and this is the problem with being in government, you are faced with a crisis now. You have to find the money now. And regretfully, nobody has come up with a better plan. But I will say this to the government, that I'm no toady to the government, that I don't think they can solve these problems by constantly becoming, or we becoming, a tax and spend party. It's simply not going to wash. We've been spending money like furlough. I know there's a pandemic on, but we've been spending money like there's no tomorrow. Look at the furlough scheme. It's riddled with corruption. I know from massive anecdotal evidence in my constituency that many companies are ripping us off, left, right and centre. So the government has to have more of a vision, which they articulate, that we accept there's a pandemic, we accept the NHS is in crisis, we accept we have to do something about care home, but we do have a plan to control public spending. And I know that the Chief Secretary agrees with me, although he may not want to leap the dispatch box and say that now, especially as a reshuffle is imminent. There are actually innovative solutions that you can do to try and encourage people to take more control of their health care. I mean, John Major was hardly a fanatical right-wing Conservative, but he offered tax relief to pensioners who took out health care. We've never even considered that. There are arguments, I would have thought, that could around the fact that rather having arbitrary limits like £86,000, you could base it on the value of the house. So there are alternatives. And there's one thing I want to articulate before I sit down. At least I'm trying to develop an alternative plan in the future, and that is state insurance. We know what Germany does. We know they have an excellent system. Now, Lord Lilly argued yesterday in a paper, and the Dilnot Commission argued that there is an alternative to all this. The government dismissed straight away private insurance, and it's true that private insurance companies will not take over this burden alone because they cannot foresee how many people will be very frail and stay in care homes for a long time. But why can't we have a system by which we underwrite private insurance? The state would offer insurance. Once you become of personal age, you would enter the scheme. There would be a modest charge on your home based on the value of your home, a modest charge. The premium, on average, would be covered by the government, not by you. On average, it would be £16,000 a year. It would be covered by the government, but you would have that peace of mind. So this is an innovative scheme. It was suggested by the Dilnot Commission. I do not understand why the government has simply just ruled it out and said, we've looked at it, or rather we looked at private insurance, and it simply won't wash. So many of us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be supporting the government tonight. I know it's a bit of a cliche to say with a heavy heart, but we will be doing so because we recognise that the NHS is in crisis, although we say to the government that when you just pump more and more money into a socialist construct like the NHS, you get lower and lower productivity. So we want to look at outcomes.
Yes. Hear, hear.
We don't want to just accept this argument that we're in an arms race with the Labour Party, because they'll always offer more than us. So we want some answers from the government on serious plans for the future, on controlling waste and low productivity in the NHS, and we want to actually know how much of this money will go into the care home system. And then we will vote for the government with a more easy conscience.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough, who's made a thoughtful speech. But I do have to take issue with him about the Labour Party and the Labour government pumping money into the NHS and it's just going nowhere. Which party set targets for things like A&E waiting times, for reducing waiting lists, and achieved those in governments? The Labour Party. But where he and I do agree, he as a former chair of the Public Accounts Committee and me having the honour of being the current chair, is that it is absolutely vital that every pound of taxpayers' money is measured for its effectiveness on delivery for citizens and taxpayers. And this fails woefully. It is another headline from this government with no detail attached. Parliament has been bounced, but even the Prime Minister's own party and his cabinet were not involved in the decisions about how this money was going to be raised and what it's going to be spent on. And clearly it's an announcement without a plan. There's no plan other than putting money into the NHS for 3 years, and we all recognise there's a need there, but this is muddling the message very deliberately, because where is the plan for care workers? Nothing. For skills for care workers? Nothing. For a stable market, and there are 25,000 or so care providers or care for residential properties in the UK, mostly small private providers. Their market has been shaken to the core before COVID, but COVID has really racked them hard, and there is no support here in any plan, anything, any promise for them. And what about the money for local authorities? And I completely associate with myself with the remarks by my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield South East. And actually a number of Conservatives yesterday, including my neighbour, the honourable member for the cities of London and Westminster. And there is no plan on domiciliary care, and more of us will receive care in the home than in institutions. What it is about protecting the capital assets of the wealthiest. It's actually, I'm a London MP, but for a lot of people in London, it's protecting people like me, a homeowner in London with a wealthy asset, for whom £86,000 is a small percentage of the home I own. And I thought the honourable member for Rossendale and Darwin made an excellent speech, highlighting the very real challenge here. And I worry that this government is using this as another opportunity to try and buy votes in London for the next London mayoral election. Nothing seems to stop them in their ability to attack our London mayor and try and buy people in on that point, because we've got to make sure it's a policy for the whole country. And there are not even any targets on this NHS funding that's going in. A minister came to the House and he rattled through his speech at pace without answering any of these important questions. So this NHS backlog, important that we tackle it. But 12 billion a year on a base budget for the NHS of around 150 million. Of course, it's gone up in the pandemic by around around 60 billion pounds. That's still going to be a challenge. We need to make sure we're getting those outcomes, and we need to measure them. And the Secretary of State for Health himself admits he doesn't know whether that will be possible in 3 years. I think it will be a huge challenge. But let's look at the challenge on finances. There's a 90% projected increase in costs for adult social care for those aged 18 to 64 by 2038 compared with 2018, and a 106% increase in costs for adults over 65. So, of course, something needs to be done. And the Public Accounts Committee has looked repeatedly at the social care market, which the Department of Health and Social Care has responsibility for oversight of. It includes looking at skills, it includes looking at supply of places, but it has woefully failed. It's failed on drug prices. It's failed on making sure that the market and the workers in it are skilled up properly. And, of course, there was the woeful failure on public PPE, which the Public Accounts Committee, in a cross-party, of course, report, concluded had been thrown to the wolves because of what had happened. But the inequality really bites. So the wealthy pensioners on good private pensions, as others have highlighted, will not pay an extra penny, including those who've retired early because of the Osborne pension reforms. So senior civil servants and so on who are able to retire at 55 on a full pension and then work again. They may pay money on their new earnings, but not on their pension, earning way, way more in their pension than the minimum wage and not paying an extra penny from that. And those who have incomes, who in my constituency, we have more private renters than homeowners, and more people who rent socially than either of those two. They don't have assets that need protecting. They need the insurance to get good social care. And they don't have income from assets that they will ever benefit from. And then, of course, the people who do own their own homes, many have interest-only mortgages. So there's a whole generation coming through, generation rent, without an asset, worrying about whether they can afford to pay into a pension, unable to afford today's rent. And this is just hammering that generation at the expense of people like me as I move through my 50s in towards retirement who have an asset. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this doesn't work. There is no plan.
Sir Mike Penning.
Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this is a massively important debate on a subject that comes into our constituency and our surgeries every week. Yeah. Has done since the day I came into this House and when I was working for Sir Teddy Taylor all those years ago as well. This is not new. But what is new is a government attempting to address it. Yeah. I was sat on the opposition front bench for 4.5 years as a Shadow Health Minister, and previous governments have looked at this and tried at this, and actually at the end of the day, to be really honest, Conservative and Labour governments have kicked the can down the road. So for once we're trying. Is it perfect? No, it's not going to be perfect. And I'll come on to a couple of points that I agree with my colleagues on here in a moment. But what we can't do is keep borrowing. Markets are low. We can keep borrowing. We could go to that wonderful PFI market that previous Labour administrations went to, which we're still paying for now. Lord Darcy came up with a fantastic plan, actually, of how to deal with elective surgery in the market without having overcapacity within the NHS. The only problem is they issued contracts that they were being paid, these companies were being paid, even though they weren't doing the operations. So nothing is perfect, and everybody wants to try, and it's very easy to be in opposition and throw the can across. That's what oppositions do. But actually, when the crunch comes, this is the decisions and these are the hard things. Now, I'm a Conservative, and I'm a fiscal Conservative. I'm a working class Tory, so I love all this class rubbish that keeps being thrown across the chain. Absolute, complete and utter tosh. At the end of the day, our constituents look to us for guidance and to try and solve their problems. That's what they look to us to do. They don't really care where we come from in life and what we are doing. At the end of the day, that's what they want us to do. No, I'm not going to give way because there are lots of other colleagues that have come in, and every time I give way, it's an extra minute, and I've just lost half a minute just by saying that. we can say to ourselves, is this perfect? No, it's not. Is this going to help? Yes, it is. Are there more people that are going to pay more taxation? Have we broke a manifesto commitment? Yes. And governments have done that for years in previous administrations, and that happens when the public expect us to act on something which has come literally out of the blue. So what's come out of the blue? COVID. We have had to borrow unbelievable amounts of money to keep people's jobs, incomes and livelihoods going. We can't keep doing that. And so we have to actually turn around and say, is there a way? And we heard from the chairman of the Select Committee, Treasury Select Committee earlier on, there are a myriad of different other ways. And then the minutiae around how national insurance can be done. At the end of the day, it seems to me that national insurance is probably the way to do it. It also seems to me one criticism from me, which I agree with my honourable friend on. In my constituency, we've still got over 12,000 council properties. Many of those people want to buy their property on right to buy. They can't because the maximum discount means that the mortgage is still too large, too great. By having just over an £80,000 cap on this isn't fair nationally. It won't be that fair. You know, if you've got property, you know, that's below that income, that's really difficult. So in parts of the country where £86,000 will buy a property, in my constituency, that buys you a quarter of a one-bedroom flat. That has to be wrong. So we need to look at somehow how we address the issues that have been raised by colleagues earlier on. But the one thing I would ask, if anybody was watching this debate, and especially the early engagements, frankly, they would be disgusted at what they watched. Partisanship, chip on the shoulder, class wars, this war, that war. They don't give a monkeys about that. They want us to come here and do a job which is to help them and help their loved ones. And it's about time we got off our butts and did it.
Nadia Whittome.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that universal social care would be too expensive. That's exactly what the Conservatives said about the NHS in 1945, when they voted against it 21 times. They've argued it since, and they will again if given the chance, as we've heard from the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough, who just minutes ago described the NHS as a socialist construct. A universal need demands a universal and freely accessible solution. None of us know with certainty what will happen in our lives. Through disability, through illness, through old age, so many of us will come to rely on social care if we don't already. The care we receive shouldn't be a lottery based on wealth and postcode. We should all have the security knowing that there'll be someone to look after us, no matter what. The NHS is there for all of us, if and when we need it, from cradle to grave. It's long been time for the social care system to provide the same. We need a national care service funded by progressive taxation, including a wealth tax. The Prime Minister's plans couldn't be further from this. Even the free market Adam Smith Institute condemned them as morally bankrupt, saying the government was asking poorer workers to bail out millionaire property owners. And that comes just weeks before the Chancellor will plunge hundreds of thousands of families into poverty with his universal credit cards. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you'd struggle to design a more unfair and economically illiterate social care policy if you tried. Less than one in every £6 of the money raised will go to social care in the first 3 years of the plan. It's a triple whammy that the government's presenting us with today. This is nowhere near enough money, it hasn't been ring-fenced for social care, and low-paid workers are funding it. Why is it that Amazon is paying only 7.5% of its income in tax, while a graduate on a standard starting salary is expected to give up around 50%? Let's be clear what this is really about. It's about protecting the inheritances of the very wealthy. And what's the government's excuse? For raising taxes on struggling people, for breaking its manifesto pledge. COVID-19, we've heard it again and again today. But I know firsthand, and my former colleagues in Nottingham know firsthand, that social care was in crisis well before the pandemic, and this government cannot use COVID-19 as a cover for 11 years of Tory failings. And they can't use it as an excuse to take money from those who have been on the front line and not the billionaires who have profited from the pandemic, increasing their wealth by more than a fifth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I use the word plan, I'm being generous. This isn't a plan. It does nothing to fix a system that is broken at its core. A constituent emailed me about her experience. She's a care worker in the community. Her wages haven't increased for 4 years. She doesn't get any travel expenses, pension contributions, or sick pay. She works extremely long hours to make ends meet, and often she earns less than the minimum wage once she factors in travel and expenses. At the same time, her mum's terminally ill and has been waiting for 5 weeks to get support. She wants to be with her mum in her final weeks, but she's doubtful that she'll be able to afford to get time off. Sadly, disgracefully, her story isn't unusual, because our social care system doesn't work for those who rely on it or for those who are employed in it. So instead of grappling with these deep-rooted problems, this government is, yet again, as the Right Honourable Member who spoke before me admitted, kicking the can down the road. Instead of giving our care workers the pay rise that they deserve, can the members opposite be quiet while we talk about the service that care workers have given during the pandemic? They deserve a pay rise, but instead, the members opposite will be voting tonight to make sure that these care workers are paying so that their wealthy donors don't have to. Mr. Speaker, I ask, how much longer must my former colleagues in the care sector wait for change? How many more families will be consigned to poverty because their care worker mum brings home less than the minimum wage? How many more disabled and elderly people will be confined to their homes, unable to live the kind of life they want? Anything less than a national care service funded by a tax on the wealthy, not low-paid.
Bin Mabalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, but I must disagree with her that somehow this government is kicking down the road. We are doing precisely the opposite, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by trying to tackle what is a very, very difficult problem, as everybody has already described. Now, look, Mr. Deputy Speaker, politics is about choices, as many people have said. Ultimately, the choices are we either put more money into the social care system and we borrow extra. That's a choice. We decide not to tackle this problem and allow it to continue and continue and continue. And I give my wholehearted support for the government on trying to tackle what has been a very difficult problem for a very long time. And I thought that it would be useful to maybe address some of the criticisms of the plan in my remarks, because I think that some of the things that have been said need pushing back on rather strongly. The first point that has come up from many speakers is that somehow it would be better to use income tax, not national insurance. I disagree with that for the following reason. The first, national insurance is paid by both individuals and employers. It's a broader-based tax that raises more money. Second, it is also right that by having a broader-based tax, because guess what? Everybody is going to benefit. So it is not bad to have a more broadly based system where everybody in the country is going to benefit. The remarks from certain members opposite that somehow a wealth tax on the wealthy in and of itself will fix all the problems. I'm afraid when we're dealing with the amount, the billions that we're talking about here, 12, 13, 14 billion pounds, there is no wealth tax in the world that has been designed that would get anything like that in terms of the yield. So that does not deal with the problem. And then there have been some remarks from many members somehow suggesting that this levy doesn't deal with social care at all. The point is it deals with both health and social care. They are linked. So by accelerating money in the next 18 months to 2 years to deal with the backlogs that have been developed in the health system to do with COVID, you actually help deal with the social care problem. And then, from October 2023, as is very clear in the documents, more money will more directly flow into the social care system. So it does deal with both of these things. And I also think it's worth addressing the point that's been made by many on my own side, indeed my neighbour and friend from Hemel Hempstead and others, about somehow this being unfair because in certain parts of the country, indeed like my own, there are higher house prices. In other parts of the country, there are lower house prices. Now, that is an observable fact, but where you have there are many problems with doing something much more complicated. The first is it'd be very, very difficult to somehow change a system on the basis of fluctuating house prices in every different county, region, district council. It is also very, very difficult to come up with the difference between, yes, certain areas have higher house prices, but then there are also higher costs for social care in different parts of the country as well. And it is much better for us to have a broadly based system that is, broadly speaking, the same across the country, though, in agreement with certain members on my own side, of course, the government should look, as we look to implement this in detail, at all possible options. And the last thing I'd say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this idea, and I've heard this so much from members opposite, that somehow this isn't progressive, this is regressive. And they keep repeating this, and they think if they keep repeating it, it makes it true. I took a look. Companies, let's think of companies, big companies versus small companies. The smallest 40% of companies will pay nothing extra as a result of this. The next 40% will pay on average about £400. So the smallest businesses are really not going to be paying a lot of national insurance. When you're talking about individuals, the richest individuals, take somebody who earns a very high amount, let's take somebody who earns £1 million a year, they're paying, by my maths, £12,500 extra as a result of this. Somebody who is a basic rate taxpayer pays something like £3.40 a week. So I'm afraid this is a progressive, fair, broad-based way of dealing with this problem. In addition, we do need to think about outcomes, because I think it's a very fair point that many have made on both sides, that the money in and of itself doesn't deal with the problem. The question is, yes, we need to get better pay for people who are carers. Yes, the system needs to be better. Yes, we need to make sure what we're getting with the money. Yes, there needs to be reform. And all of that we should study and work with the government over the next few weeks and months as the white paper comes out. As a result of this, I will be supporting the government in the lobbies this evening.
Steve McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by congratulating the government whips on bulldozing this through with such great haste. They've done their job today. They've prevented a backbench rebellion. They've used their own backbenchers as cannon fodder. It won't be the charlatan in number 10 who pays the price for broken promises and tax rises that hit the young and the low-paid. It will be those Tory MPs hung out to dry, some of them unexpected victors in 2019, some of them quite good MPs, but with small majorities. And when the emails and the messages of complaint start flooding into their offices, when the refusals to ever vote Tory again start to hit home, it won't be the occupant of number 10 who has to suffer. He'll have flitted on to his next fantasy. But those who are betraying the very people who voted for them, they'll be left to pay the price. Of course I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm very grateful for his concern about our future job prospects. But I would much rather be standing for a party that is willing to invest in the NHS, to be the party of the NHS, and to try and fix the problems in social care. I would much rather have those job prospects than being a backbench Labour MP who stands for nothing and has no plan and has weak leadership.
Well, that was a wonderful intervention. The honourable gentleman has not only been hung out to dry, he's been brainwashed in the process. This is a measure built on deception, a promise of no tax rise or national insurance rises, yet a tax rise to hit young workers, people who will never get the opportunity to buy a house. The self-employed struggling to get back on their feet, many of them ignored by this government during the pandemic. Employers struggling to get their businesses back on track now face a tax on jobs, and the low-paid battling to keep life and limb together will end up subsidising others whose assets they can never hope to match. Only last year, they were boasting about raising the national insurance threshold, and now they're squeezing the very same people. What's happened to the promise to raise the threshold to 12,500 by the end of the Parliament? This is money to pay for two things. One, to subsidise those who hope to inherit large properties from elderly relatives, and two, for the disastrous cuts in the NHS over the period the Tories have been in office. Even on their own reckoning, only about 5.3 billion of this tax grab will ever make it to social care. We were promised a plan was ready. It was a priority. The PM would get cracking within his first 100 days. It would fix the crisis in social care once and for all. None of it true. Age UK estimate there are about 1.5 million people in need of help with daily living who don't get it. This tax rise won't address those issues. It won't help people needing help with washing, dressing, eating, taking their medicines. This is a broken tax promise, a penalty for those who took a chance on voting Tory at the last election. On social care, it's a fiction and a deception from people whose promises will never again be given any credence.
John Lamont. Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't expecting to be taken so early. I very much welcome the fact that this government is taking action to properly fund social care and the NHS in this country. Now, as my honourable friend, the member for Hemel Hempstead, said earlier, previous governments and previous Prime Ministers have recognised the challenge of funding social care and the NHS. But it's this Prime Minister and this government which is taking the brave step forward to be able to bring forward concrete proposals to address this. Now, we've heard much over the last few days and over the last few hours from the SNP benches about how horrified they are by these proposals to increase funding for Scotland's NHS. And astonishingly, they seem to oppose the £1 billion of extra funding that Scotland's NHS is going to benefit from this year. Astonishing. I just don't understand how they can possibly explain that to their constituents and justify such an irrational decision. And I'm happy to hear from the Honourable Member from Glasgow Central why she's made that choice.
I think, as he well knows, and has been made very clear to him in the remarks that I made, funding for the NHS is not the issue here. The issue is raising taxes in a disproportionate way on the backs of his poorest constituents and mine, and I would be interested in hearing what he's going to tell his constituents when they come to his surgery about it.
Well, these proposals will bring forward, these proposals will result in Scotland's NHS, the services that our constituents use, getting £1 billion extra each year to help deal with the backlog of treatment, to help deal with the GP shortages and a whole catalogue of other issues that Scotland's NHS is dealing with. And it's a nonsense to pretend that social care is not an issue in Scotland as much as it is in the rest of the United Kingdom. Indeed, the SNP Scottish Government in Edinburgh has called for action on social care in the past. Indeed, the Scottish Government have said that they intended to increase investment in social care in Scotland, but they've also been clear that their plans required extra resources. Their planned reforms, and I quote, can only be delivered with increased investment. Their independent review of adult social care said that, and I quote again, more money will need to be spent on adult social care over the long term. And Furthermore to that, Audit Scotland recognised, and I quote again, more investment is needed. I'll come to the Honourable Lady just in a couple of seconds. And the Scottish Government have admitted in their August 2021 consultation that the proposals of a new National Care Service were not yet funded. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
In Scotland, we already, as I said earlier, spend 43% per head more on social care. So if he's moaning about Scotland, he can maybe imagine the problem here. But Scotland has a plan. The Feely Review, the National Care Service, a human rights approach, and extending free personal care and free provision to all home care. What we are not happy about is the idea that suddenly the Prime Minister will meddle in a completely devolved area of health and social care and will have the same outsourcing and fragmentation England has struggled with since 2012.
Nothing in this plan undermines the devolution settlement. What this plan does is provide our constituents with more investment for NHS services across Scotland. What the Honourable Lady seems most upset about is this UK Government delivering that resource rather than something that the Scottish Government had previously asked for, and she admits that, which is just frankly astonishing. It's beyond belief the SNP oppose these proposals, which would raise much needed extra resources for the NHS and the social care sector in Scotland. Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland will benefit by additional £2.2 billion. £2.2 billion per year as a result of the levy and an equivalent increase to dividend tax rates. Now, there is a clear union dividend from this policy. Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland taken together will benefit around 15% more than is generated from their residents, equivalent to around £300 million per year. Now, the honourable ladies and gentlemen opposite the SNP benches shake their heads. How on earth can you justify opposing this extra money coming into Scotland? Scotland will receive £1.1 billion in extra funding over the coming year. We must ask why the SNP are so opposed to this extra funding coming to Scotland and our NHS. And that's certainly what my constituents in the Scottish Borders are asking. My constituents have witnessed the remarkable job that our NHS heroes have been doing during the COVID-19 pandemic, but they also recognise the massive challenges that Scotland's NHS is now facing. Delayed operations, GPs under pressure, rural health services being withdrawn, waiting lists growing and growing and growing. And yet, when offered with extra funding from the UK Government to help address this and also to help tackle the social care crisis, the SNP say no. The SNP say no to extra funding for Scotland's NHS. Now, the NHS and all, the Honourable Lady says rubbish. Rubbish. She's going to say rubbish to my constituents who have had patients who have had their operations delayed time and time again, can't get access to a GP in their surgery because of decisions made by the Scottish Government, who blame the lack of resource and repeatedly blame this government for not funding them enough. And here we have it, £1 billion more coming to Scotland, and they say no. No. Typical SNP grievance politics. It's not about solutions, it's not about making the lives of our constituents better, it's about grievance and more grievance. Now, the NHS, all four parts of the UK, needs significant investment to tackle the lasting effects that COVID-19 has had in services, and we must work as one united kingdom to tackle this collective challenge. And it's also true the SNP Scottish Government has not prioritised the investment in the NHS during its time in office. As I referenced earlier, the IFS has noted that in the last 10 years, spend on health in Scotland has increased by just 1.2% as a proportion of total expenditure, compared to 3.6% in England on a like-for-like basis. So despite all the spin we hear from the SNP members opposite, Scotland's NHS needs this extra investment. Now, some in the SNP have been complaining that this policy is some sort of attack on the devolution settlement. That's utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. It's true that the devolved administrations will be required by law to spend their share of the revenue raised from the levy on health services in 2022-23 and from April 2023 on health and social care services. And it's also true that some elements of the new revenue will be spent directly by the UK Government for the benefit of all 4 nations, including the purchasing of vaccines to help defeat this virus. But there is no requirement for the Scottish Government to implement the same policies as the UK Government. The devolution settlement is protected. So the SNP are really going to oppose this extra funding coming to Scotland's NHS and our social care services. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome this announcement. It's been a tough decision for the Prime Minister and the Government, but it is the right decision. More funding for our NHS and social care services should be welcomed by everyone in this House, and it baffles me completely why the SNP so strongly oppose it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This national insurance increase is a point of no return for the Tories. This is an unfair way to raise the money needed for our NHS and social care. Those who earn the least and the young are going to pay for those who are already well off. This is the biggest single tax increase in 70 years. This is the highest level of tax paid in the UK in peacetime. And there's more to come, as my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, has pointed out, that in the government's own document it says that there is more to come in terms of council tax increases. And we've already had increases on levies imposed on precepts on council tax. When the Tories got caught out because they cut 20,000 police officers, they put a levy on the council tax to put money into paying for police officers. On social care this year, they put a 3% levy to go into social care, 600 million. So they've had their hands in the pockets of people for several years now, and they've not taken it out. Now let's be clear, the claim that the Tories are the party of low taxes and small state is over. The argument in the future is now going to be how we invest in public services and how we value the workers who work in them. People earning as little as £10,000 will pay this increase. People who can afford to pay more, like ourselves here on these benches, should be asked to pay their fair share and not rely on those people to pay increased taxes. People who have to count every penny to survive on a daily basis, to buy food, to pay rent, pay travel costs, household bills. They have to budget day by day to live, and they will have to tighten their belts. But those of us on higher incomes who could pay more, whose lives will not be changed by this increase, will not have to tighten their belts at all. And one of the areas that will suffer most, as my honourable friend from Birmingham has pointed out, those areas where the Tories talk about levelling up will be the hardest hit by this tax increase. So what of their local economies? With the tax that we're taking out, or the government is taking out, of those local economies that won't be there to be spent in those local businesses, there's no levelling up in this tax that the Tories are imposing. And there'll be less money in those economies to circulate. It isn't fair that these people who we clapped during COVID, care workers, delivery workers, shop workers, postmen and postwomen, and many more who kept our economy going during difficult circumstances will be asked to pay a disproportionate amount through this tax increase. And there is no going back for the Tories from this day going forwards. Whatever happened to the pledge that no one will have to sell their home to pay for care that the Prime Minister made in 2019? And that he would cooperate with across the House and discuss the way forward on how to deal with the issue of social care. Yet another broken promise from this Prime Minister. And if a person is cash rich, is property rich and cash poor, how are they going to have to avoid, how are they going to be able to avoid having to sell their homes? This is a £86,000 is a Kensington cap. Outside of London, in many areas, the cap is far too high and will lead to people losing their homes. And there is no plan for social care in what the government has announced so far. The Tories have behaved here today as if these problems have just been created. They've just emerged because of the pandemic. But nothing could be further from the truth. The waiting list was 2 million before the pandemic hit. They took 8 billion out of social care. Where was all the hand-wringing and all the concern about the social care and the NHS back then? And they are using the pandemic as cover for 10 years of cutting public services and underfunding our National Health Service. So how are they going to explain to their constituents that they're being forced to pay this increase for paying for 10 years of Tory neglect?
Julie Marson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm sure, as many constituents and many across this House, we've all got personal experience of the need for these measures. In my family, I had a much-loved family member who sold her house during the time of the last Labour government. I had another family member who had a bad back that didn't want to bother the NHS at the time. Unfortunately, it was a lot more serious than that. And we don't want that to continue indefinitely, particularly after a pandemic. We don't want, and it's why I asked the question of the Prime Minister earlier, we don't want people holding back their concerns and their needs from their GPs, from the NHS, with this feeling that they shouldn't bother people because it's under so much stress. And so I'm so pleased that the government is grappling with these really long-term, intractable problems. It's important and it has a real impact on our lives, all of our lives. But exceptional circumstances require exceptional measures, hard decisions, difficult decisions for all of us. Those of us on this side who do believe, and our beliefs haven't changed, believe that taxes should be as low as possible and believe that services should be available to all, but that the state should do as little as possible because people do things for themselves better than the state. So there's no easy answer, and I welcome the difficult decisions that this government is taking, because to lead is to choose, and that is what we are doing, making difficult decisions. And I commend the comments of my friend, my right honourable friend and colleague, the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, when he evaluates the alternatives. The alternatives about austerity, spending cuts, they are not welcome and they would be criticised as well. Increased borrowing. This is a government which has put its hands around this nation during the pandemic and spent £400 billion to protect people's jobs and livelihoods during this pandemic. And so increased borrowing, that also has a profound effect on individuals' lives, because it has a profound effect on the economy and our future prospects for this economy. So I absolutely reject the proposition that this is the end of conservatism, that this is this doesn't mean that our principles have changed, because it doesn't. And it's because we are responsible and pragmatic and realistic and willing to lead that I believe people will understand. Because to say to people that there is a need and we are going to address it but there's no cost, people know that that's not true, and that is not honest either. One of the things I do want to see is, as people have said on this side, innovation and a determination that the NHS does not become the insatiable beast that just swallows up funds indefinitely is something that we need to keep a grip on. It's so important that this goes in hand with innovation, with reorganisation, to make this work and to make this as efficient as possible for all people in this country and across the United Kingdom. So I welcome these measures. They're not easy, but that is the job that we are here to do, and I welcome the government's initiative and implementation of this measure. Thank you.
Mohammed Yazin.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, many who voted for Brexit in the hope of securing £350 million a week for the NHS, or voted for the Conservative Party in the belief that taxes would not be raised must feel very disillusioned today. When after just 9 months since leaving the EU and another Johnson broken promise, they are now being taxed to pay for health and social care. In recent months alone, the Prime Minister has broken promises on the foreign aid budget, his commitment that there would be no checks on goods moving between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the triple lock on pensions. We all understand the impact of the pandemic, but it should not be used as a shield to mask the Prime Minister's broken promises. His promise to fix social care once and for all predated the pandemic, and we have waited over 2 years for the plan the Prime Minister promised the nation in his very first speech was already prepared to materialize. The 2019 manifesto also committed the Conservative to deliver a social care plan through consensus and with cross-party support. People ask the question, what happened to that consensus? Instead, the Prime Minister is pushing this grossly unfair tax through Parliament, allowing as little time as possible for proper scrutiny, the kind of scrutiny that improves legislation. Because of the government's woeful mishandling of the pandemic, allowing the NHS and care workers to face the biggest crisis in history, in the depleted state, it was reduced to after successive Tory governments stripped £8 billion from the service. Much more money is now needed for health and social care. With waiting lists predicted to reach 13 million, even with this money, it will take the health services years to catch up. The working public are now being expected to stump up more money for the Tory mismanagement of health and social care. And it's working and middle-class workers that are bearing the 10% national insurance tax hike. The Prime Minister's plan boils down to this. He's using the tax of young and low-paid workers without assets to protect the assets of the wealthy people. Raising regressive national insurance, which takes money from the pockets of the lowest paid workers, many of whom have been on the front line of pandemic, is not the way to fix our social care system. I hope the Prime Minister will listen to many rational voices in business and industry, including the British Chambers of Commerce, who have said the Prime Minister's plan will be a drag anchor on jobs growth. As firms emerge from the pandemic, the furlough winds down. We need a national and fair effort to deal with the crisis in social care, and a plan that goes far wider than just looking at funding. We need to address the recruitment and retention crisis in health and social care, which is the most urgent issue at present. It is vital that any long-term plans must be included alongside immediate measures. We need to properly value our health and social care workforce, not tax them to the hilt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lucy Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not entirely ready for that, so thank you. I particularly would like to thank the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Health for bringing forward this proposal today. It's a bold decision, a difficult decision, but it is the right decision at the right time. Now, initially, I really struggled with this concept, because when the Prime Minister stood up to deliver his statement yesterday, I had not expected to feel able to support it. But by the time he sat down, I could. Now, that's not just because the PM has excellent rhetorical skills, but it is down to a simple and obvious fact that most people want to see better health and care provision. Most people understand the challenges created by COVID and the devastating impact on the NHS. Most people want to see money spent on the NHS, and they do expect everybody to make a contribution, and so they should. Now, COVID has brutally exposed what a fragile and struggling health and social care system we have. And yes, the enormous backlog of cases that has now arisen must be tackled, and therefore, of course, more cash is needed. Now, I'm someone who fundamentally believes in incentivising and rewarding hard work, in allowing people to keep more of the money they earn, and that people know better than the state how to spend their own money. A low-tax economy is a buoyant economy, and I hope when this is all over, we can revert to proper Conservative economic policy. Any MP will tell you that healthcare features uppermost in their inbox. The struggles to access a GP, the waiting lists, the cancelled operations, the waiting times in A&E, and the quality of care. These are all issues that are raised with us day in, day out, and have very human consequences. Now, it may be that in Telford it's more of an issue than it is elsewhere, because we do have a particularly challenged hospital trust and CCG, and some very serious problems have arisen during my time as the MP for Telford. The trust is now in special measures, it's facing a police investigation into maternity deaths, and there's been a constant revolving door of highly paid senior management who don't seem to be able to grasp some of the challenges. And we have a GP super surgery with 60,000 patients that has long operated a telephone triage, and people cannot get them to answer the phone. And that was pre-COVID. So people have no option but to go to A&E and face huge waits. So it is fair to say that it's completely understandable that Telford residents will always put the NHS as their #1 concern. And we've also had grand transformational schemes that are being devised by hospital management to spend £600 million of government money. And they've had 7 years of thinking about it, and they still haven't come up with being able to put a shovel in the ground. Now, I've never been one to believe that throwing cash at a problem will provide a solution. We have a duty to ensure that taxpayers' money is spent wisely, and that waste and bureaucracy is stripped out. We need to make clear that this is no blank cheque that we are approving today, and that we do expect trusts and CCGs and their management to work to put patient care first and the patient experience first. And that has been lacking. And I know that from my experience and my constituents' experience. They're so often treated as a nuisance or treated with contempt. That must stop. And this money is going to help that happen. I want my constituents to have far, far better patient care than they currently have. And I know they want to see extra cash spent. They will expect improvements, and I would caution that this is not the time to be removing the A&E from Telford and other local services. This measure before us today is a much-needed first step, which I welcome fully. And I do congratulate my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Health Secretary, for being bold, for being ambitious for our future, and being willing to embrace the big challenges that others failed to seize. They have my full support, and I hope that all members on this side will also be able to support our leaders.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When I first heard that the Prime Minister was going to come forward with a plan for social care, to tell you the truth, I'm so desperate for any improvement in social care, I would even consider voting for it. And even until yesterday, I would have considered voting for it. But as the details came out, I was not only disappointed, I was completely devastated, as will many of my constituents. Not only does this plan fail to deal with any of the real issues in social care, which I'll come on to in a second, but it is actually just a tax hike. It is a tax hike that is pretending to deal with social care and health care, but in reality, at the beginning, it is not even linked to that, and later on, there is some vague promise that it might trickle down to social care if we are lucky. This is a tax rise that will hit the youngest and the poorest, the hardest working in our communities the hardest. This exacerbates the intergenerational justice crisis that we have in our society at the moment. Far too many young people feel that the ladder is being whipped up behind them by an older political generation that is currently in power. I think that's sometimes unfair, because actually the issue is a class-based one, the issue is a wealth-based one. But this will exacerbate that feeling that young people, a young graduate with student loans added in, will be paying a marginal tax rate almost at 50%, more than many people on £90,000, and vastly more than someone whose earnings is from property, or is from shares, or is from other forms of wealth. And there are other options. The government had other options. Of course, they could have lifted the higher rate. They could have lifted the lower rate of national insurance into the higher rate. Because I think most people don't realise, most hard-working people, of course, don't earn £50,000 more, but you earn more than £50,000 and you only pay 2% national insurance. You could have easily made that 12%, or now with the additional, for everyone, and that would have provided £14 billion in one stroke, and it would have not affected any hard-working person in our country. It would have already raised more than this non-existent plan. You could have looked at a wealth tax of people who have wealth higher than £5 million, an amendment that my and other colleagues put down here today. A capital gains reform that actually brought capital gains in line with income tax, for example. Or looking at making inheritance tax fair, so it is based on what you receive, not on necessarily what you give, so that those in large families, of course, can receive fair amounts, but actually it is based to ensure that everyone pays their contribution, but none of those were considered. Why? Because this Conservative Party is paid for by developers, it is paid for by landlords, it is paid for by the very people that this tax will not touch, because this is not a party opposite of capitalism, it is a party opposite of extraction, of extracting the wealth from hard-working people, from extracting the wealth of small and medium-sized businesses and redistributing it to those landlords, to redistributing it to those capitalists that work in the stock market and in the city and not in the factories that run our country. And this is also... I will give way, go on.
Always listen very carefully to what he has to say. Why then does he think that Gordon Brown did something that's remarkably similar to what my right honourable friends are proposing doing on this occasion in 2003 for exactly the same reason, and that is to raise spend on our National Health Service and care services? Was he wrong?
Because then wages were growing, then the economy and working people were doing better, and now they are not. We are coming out of a pandemic, everyone has suffered, and suddenly putting a tax on small and medium-sized businesses, putting a tax on working people is the very last thing we need to do. But also, of course, this is a lack of a plan for social care. There is no plan for social care. In fact, what's happened is we've been asked for a begging bowl, but we've not really been told how the money is going to be spent. How are we going to recruit those social care workers that currently are paid miserable wages for 15-minute appointments and no travel time? How are we going to reform the sector so it's not fragmented between people? How is it going to improve your grandmother's care home or your brother's care worker? It is not. Because it doesn't deal with that fragmentation. It doesn't integrate social care into the NHS, which we desperately need. And what it doesn't do is relieve the burden from councils. Because at the moment, the truth is, council tax has to subsidise social care time and time again. And when people complain about the roads, when people complain about their parks, when people complain about youth services being shut, the reality is because this government hasn't dealt with actually funding social care properly. It's put the burden on councils and council tax that was never designed for social care. And it does not deal with that fundamental problem. So when people complain about their bins, when people complain about their potholes, I say to them, it is not the fault of your council, it is the fault of this government failing to deal with that drain on your council. And in fact, this levy will not even aid one bit that gap that has been growing. That gap will continue to grow under this government. So please, I will be, unfortunately, holding my nose and desperately sad voting against this, not because I think we need no action, but because this action is the worst of all worlds.
Steve Baker. Speaker, and I want to begin by just thinking through what would Labour do. Yes. What would Labour do if they were in power? I think, and I'm very grateful that the honourable gentleman has just outlined some of the things that he might do. I think if I understood the front bench correctly, I think they've suggested they'd use stamp duty or various transaction taxes on assets. And I'm grateful that ministers are here because I think they know, as I know, that there's no way the money needed would be raised, and I'm grateful the minister says correct. It says in the document that not enough money would be raised from stamp duty and transaction taxes on assets. It's fanciful, and likewise I'm afraid the honourable gentleman's proposals. You'd need to change one of the big taxes. So would Labour put up VAT from 20%? Of course they wouldn't, because it's regressive. It's a bad idea. It's already too high. It already hits everyone. So they wouldn't put up VAT. Would Labour put up income tax? Well, I think they'd get the same advice that these ministers have had from the same officials. And I think they might be advised that we're already in a position where income tax is rather too dependent on the decisions of a small number of top earners. This is the sort of evidence we've had at Treasury Committee for a very long time. So I think we'd find that actually they weren't able to put up income tax. And so where would that leave us? That would leave them, that would leave them with the big tax, which has always, as this document points out, been used to fund health and social care, national insurance contributions. I think that ministers, if they were from the party opposite, would be presented with a distributional analysis like this one, which our ministers have, and they would look at it and see that actually, distributionally, it's only really the top two deciles who are net losers. Deciles from the bottom through to number 8 are either gaining, or in the case of the 8th decile, they are right there in net overall, neither gaining nor losing. And I think that what Labour would do if they were in power was what they did last time they were in power and needed money for the NHS. They'd put up national insurance contributions. Now, my constituents in Wickham are very reasonable people, and knocking on doors in Marlow Bottom just last Saturday, I discovered constituents who recognise that we've suffered, as honourable friends have said earlier, this enormous pandemic which has done so much to damage the public finances and people's lives. But where are we going? That's the second thing I want to touch on. Where are we going? Because this is what I think Labour would do if they were in power, and that is the problem. I'm sorry, ministers. Because if you look, as I'm sure colleagues have, at the future debt trajectory of the United Kingdom, produced by the Office for Budget Responsibility, our public finances are in an unsustainable state. I could easily give the quotes, they're in my pocket, but the finances are in an unsustainable state. In the 2018 report, the OBR describes debt getting to, if I recall correctly, about 260, I think it is, % by about 2057. And says something like, of course, policy would have to change by then. But I've always taken that to be a euphemism for saying, well, of course, we'd have to default on our age-related spending promises. This is the consistent finding of the Office for Budget Responsibility on our long-term public finances. Sooner or later, in all of our lifetimes, hopefully, we are going to find that the state cannot afford the promises it has made to older people. And that's the problem we face today. It's not about this national insurance contribution rise, this levy, this plan today, the plan that the Labour Party, I believe, would adopt if they were in power. The problem is that we've got no better ideas than putting up taxes to raise more money for public services. I will give way.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend made a powerful point that this is what Labour would be doing in power. So why are we doing it as a Conservatives?
This is the problem, and this is the fundamental problem that I personally face today, because I believe that this is just the beginning of a generational crisis of our inability to fund the promises that have been made progressively for 100 years since the 1911 National Insurance Act. It is a thing which I have talked about ad nauseum, particularly in relation to a paper from the Bank for International Settlements, which sets out charts showing that all Western welfare states, indeed Japan, they're all in the same boat. Some of the cuts to age-related spending, which would need to be made to balance the books, are just implausible. So we are in a dreadful position. Now, when in the past this country has been in a dreadful position, economically, socially, on a trajectory towards ruin, there has proven to be historically only one party capable of rescuing the situation. And of course it's the Conservative Party. Now the Conservative Party, at some stage in our lifetimes, is going to have to rediscover what it stands for. Because I have to say, at the moment, we keep doing things we hate because we feel we must. My honourable friend, the Vaccines Minister, stood at the dispatch box earlier and explained that vaccine passports go against his instincts, and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's. Indeed, at one point, I think he said they went against everything he stood for. We've heard people saying, there's quotes out there on the internet, that former ministers, members of the Cabinet, have said they hate raising taxes, but they don't see how they can't vote for it. Tonight, colleagues with a good heart are going to say, well, I just must, because we all know we can't let NHS waiting lists get to where they're going to be going as a result of the pandemic. Well, I know that too. But this also I know, we are going to have to do things differently. We're going to have to rediscover our confidence as free market Conservatives. We're going to have to rediscover the radical reforming zeal of the 2010 Parliament and the big society, and show people that we can secure a bright and prosperous and free future which provides for their needs in old age, but do it without, every time there's a squeeze on the public finances, coming back for higher taxes. Because down that road there is ruin. We all know that eventually, as a socialist, you run out of other people's money. And I have to say, I'm sorry, ministers, I'm not going to be able to vote with you tonight, because some of us are going to have to be seen to be standing for another path.
Peter Grant is next, and then the time is going to be reduced to 4 minutes. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to contribute to this debate. Listening to the honourable member just now, the words that kept going through my mind were union dividend, tied to a nation whose public finances are in a mess, unsustainable, in a dreadful state. I want to come on later to the regressive nature of what the government are proposing, but first of all I want to touch briefly on just how far short this falls of the promises the Prime Minister and others made in order to get elected. The government have claimed they've got a plan to reform social care in England. It's obviously not for me to dictate what that plan should be. But if they've got a plan, perhaps when summing up, the Minister could tell us what changes, if any, will there be in the balance of resources between NHS and social care. What changes, if any, to the arrangements to manage each individual person's needs as they make the transition from health to social care, to the balance of provision of care for the elderly between residential and non-residential care. What changes, if any, are planned to the balance of responsibility between the state and the family? There's no easy or right or wrong answers to any of these questions. I haven't got the answers, but I know that there are questions there. The Prime Minister doesn't. I don't believe the Prime Minister even recognises that any one of those questions has got to be faced up to before he can claim to have a plan, or even the first vestige of a plan to deal with the position we have, or that some of us have, in social care. The second major problem is that even if the crisis in social care in England could be fixed with money alone, this proposal doesn't deliver anywhere near enough, and most of the not enough isn't going to social care. A lot of it will go to benefit the families of some care recipients, some, but not all, and guess which some, leaving precious little to actually improve the service. So to claim that anyone voting against this tax hike today is voting against meaningful improvements to social care is simply untrue. And those who are preparing to make those claims on their Twitter accounts later know that what they're about to tweet is not true. I'm in favour of increased funding for health and social care services. If necessary, I'll support fair and progressive tax increases to fund them, and I'll pay my share of those taxes quite happily. But I won't support this proposal because it's not fair and it's not progressive. It discriminates against younger people on average incomes in favour of older people on much higher incomes. It discriminates against people who earn their money by their own hard work in favour of people who earn their money through the simple fact of having had plenty of money to begin with. It discriminates against my constituents in Glenrothes and Central Fife and in favour of constituents in places such as the Prime Minister's constituency, where the government's own statistics tell us the average income per person is almost £10,000 a year more than my constituents have to get by on. The government have claimed in a number of the contributions, they already know which of the UK's nations will contribute most to this tax hike and which will benefit most. They've claimed they've done the analysis that it's not regressive in terms of different income groups. So although our amendment was not accepted, I expect to see the government honour the spirit of that amendment, not by the end of the year, but by the end of the week, publish that analysis that we have asked for. Or is it another case where they claim to have all the information until they're asked for it, and then suddenly we discover it doesn't exist? The final substantial objection, of course, is that this is designed to grab powers away from the democratically elected governments of three of the partners in this union and place them into the hands of a Prime Minister who's got no mandate to do this, even in England. I have no issue with anybody allocating additional resources to Scotland. I've got a big issue with signing up just now to a regressive tax hike with no guarantee whatsoever that the Barnett consequentials will not be siphoned off in some later budget decision. And any guarantees we get from the government today will be as worthless as the promises they made in the manifesto in 2019. Let me be clear that the Scottish National Party will continue to honour its manifesto commitments. Any Barnett consequentials coming to Scotland as a result of increased spending in health or social care in England will be passed on in full to health and social care services in Scotland. But within that overarching guarantee, who does this government think has got a mandate to decide exactly how Scotland's health and social care funding is allocated? Even on the Tory benches, I doubt if there's a single person who honestly thinks that it's right to assume that because a particular way of allocating funding might be right in England, it's automatically right in the other three UK nations where health and social care are organised in a completely different way. There's all the difference in the world between allocating funding to be used in a way that honours the Scottish Government's manifesto promises and decisions being foisted on us in a failed attempt to cover up the fact that the British Government doesn't keep its promises either to the electorate or to anyone else. Mr Deputy Speaker, if one of the Prime Minister's heroes had been here today, he might well have observed that never had so many promises been broken in so short a time to the detriment of so many and to the benefit of so few.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, this area, social care, has not had a happy history where it comes to political point scoring, and indeed we've seen much of that, unfortunately, today from the opposition benches. But it is unacceptable that we play Russian roulette with people's life savings where it comes to social care. 1 in 7 people are going to be affected by this. 1 in 7 people sitting around today that just because your loved one dies of dementia rather than cancer, life savings entirely wiped out. It's not right, but it is right that we are doing something about it. And I'm glad that we are seeing some element of cross-party consensus on the model, the Dilnot model and the Health and Social Care Committee, which I sit on, put forward this as a proposal, and it was obviously supported by the Liberal Democrats when we were in government with them, and I think to a degree by the Labour Party. So at least we are moving forward slightly on the model. The real question we have now is how we actually pay for it. And there's been a lot of confected indignation, may I say, on the other side, to cover up a lack of a plan. Because national insurance is not perfect in very many ways. But, as Tony Blair said, if we want sustained investment in the NHS over a period of time, we're going to have to pay for it. And national insurance is the fairest and the best way to do it. And I must say, I agree, even if members of his own party don't seem to. Indeed, Paul Johnson from the IFS says overall much-needed reforms to social care are being introduced and unavoidable, note unavoidable, pressures on the NHS are being funded through a broad-based and broadly progressive tax increase that is better than doing nothing. Now, I think it is incumbent on members opposite to really look at themselves and to understand whether they think real change is needed. Because if they think real change is needed, then they need to come up with a better alternative, or they need to walk through the lobbies with people on this side of the House who are taking difficult decisions on behalf of our constituents. Not easy decisions, not decisions that we can just just explain away by saying that we are not doing this in a broad-based way when we are, by making up things about the fact that this is not progressive when it is. We are taking these difficult decisions because that is what Conservatives do in a moment of crisis. Now, my colleague on the Senate committee, the member for Peterborough, was right when he said that reform is needed. This is an awful lot of money that we're putting to a system which is very broken. And specifically on social care, we have a third of members of staff in social care who leave every year. We have 120,000 vacancies within social care. We're going to need to up the quality of provision. We're going to need to inspect it properly. We're going to need to make sure that the integrated care services which are being put in place are actually assessed by the Care Quality Commission. We need to make sure that local government are held to account on the standards of care that they provide. These are all important reforms. We need to make sure that social care is truly part of the NHS, that a nurse may take a year to go and work in the care service and then come back into a hospital again. These are all going to be absolutely necessary to make sure that we deliver on the very high ambitions that we have for change. But we are taking steps forward to make that change. We're going to make sure that the options available for the family are high quality and that they will not take away your life savings. We are taking difficult decisions, and the opposition need to look at themselves and decide whether they're doing the same.
Karen Smith. Deputy Speaker, for too long, successive governments of all stripes have failed to grasp the nettle on social care reform. In fact, we've mostly failed to acknowledge there is a nettle at all, and that is largely because this burden overwhelmingly falls on women, and our voices have been silent. I won't rehearse all the debates that have happened, but this is a time to start something better. When he became Prime Minister, Boris Johnson promised he had a plan to fix social care in England. It is now clear that he did not. But, and I say this with all sincerity, he has since started one, and he's brought it to this place at some political risk, and this, I think, is worthy of a sliver of credit in itself. But having brought these plans forward, what is now needed is an honest and thorough debate here and across the country about the merits and deficiencies. Yesterday I said the Prime Minister may have broken the dam. He looked slightly confused. And that's because he thinks he's now fixed this problem. The trio of the Prime Minister, Chancellor and Health Secretary looked very comfortable with themselves yesterday. They are very wealthy men. They seem to have heard something, but this has not fixed it. They need to understand that behind the dam is a torrent of questions, costings and aspirations, none of which the government seems prepared to acknowledge. This motion today does not represent a sustainable plan. Indeed, it's a shoddy nod just pushing it through without even lip service to the scrutiny it needs. Millions of families are hoping for something else, and we mustn't give them false hope. That would be cruel and unnecessary. There is only one solution to this in the longer term as we inch our way towards it in the coming months and years. It's a universal system based on the same NHS principles of fair taxation, based on the ability to pay according to need. And crucially, like the last Labour government, we need to start moving people with us on that journey to that solution. Pitting people against each other, talking solely about tax rises and pitting generations against each other is a narrative that is now infecting this debate, and it needs to stop. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is my birthday, and very kind. I was also once in my 20s, and the message for young people really is, you get older. A young woman yesterday on the BBC very movingly talked about the fact, as she struggled with social care, that everyone is one accident from away from social care. We have to remake the social contract for a new generation. Reform is too late for my mother in her 80s. It is too late for me in my mid-ish 50s. It can't be too late for my children, and that is what I need to explain to them, not talk of generational warfare. I would like to talk a little bit about the smoke and mirrors that is around the NHS settlement. I spent most of my career in NHS management. I was part of that great improvement in health services under the last Labour government. If we are really going to start delivering this, it is going to require a massive clinical and managerial effort to transform the legacy of the pandemic and austerity on the health service and change those waiting lists. Politicians always like to talk nicely to managers in private conferences and then take pot shots at them the whole time. But clearing the waiting list is a massive managerial and clinical challenge. The clerical and clinical validation of that list and helping people move forward through the care system is going to be massive, and they need support for that. The Prime Minister has a majority of 80 MPs. It is in his gift to deliver a policy that could truly stand the test of time. Having bitten the bullet and picked the fight, he seems determined to squander the opportunity with the solution before us today. I urge him and the government to think again. He needs to seek to build a consensus that could exist in this House for us to do something truly lasting after the terrible pandemic we've just all been through.
Jane Hunt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For too long, the issue of how to deal with worsening social care problem has been put off. Indeed, the party opposite shunned their responsibility when in government and refused to make the difficult decisions which put social care on a sustainable footing. As Peter from Loughborough has said in an email to me, it is long overdue to try and fix the social care problem. Governments of both parties have pushed this into the long grass time after time, and it cannot be put off forever. The Conservative manifesto pledged to build a cross-party consensus to bring forward an answer that solves the problem. Clearly, this has not been possible. It has therefore been left to this government to make the tough decisions, decisions which I know the Prime Minister has not made lightly, given the Conservatives are the party of low tax. I certainly will, absolutely.
For giving way, and I welcome that she refers to the aim to create cross-party consensus. We heard that repeatedly said, and yet as health and social care spokesperson for the SNP, and I know the same for Labour, we didn't receive so much as an email. So to say consensus couldn't have been built is wrong. It could have. We could have had discussion before yesterday.
I thank the honourable member very much for her answer. That's not my understanding. Maybe that's the case with the opposition, I'm not sure. But anyway, okay, forgive me if it's not the case. The government has put forward proposals to raise much-needed funds to deliver on important commitments, such as upskilling the social care workforce, strengthening the adult social care system, tackling the elective backlog in the NHS as it recovers from COVID-19, funding a 3% pay rise for fantastic nurses, and implementing a cap on adult social care costs. These are all aims which have widespread support across the country. And I could mention many, many cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, that have been referred to me over the years. Cases of people who are perhaps elderly people in hospital that are afraid to come out because they know they're not well enough now to live independently, but are afraid to move into the care service because of the costs and that kind of thing.